Announcing the arrival of our distinguished panel of adjudicators. Distinguished guests and judges, representatives from faculties, officers of University Putra Malaysia, participants of UPM's 3 Minutes Thesis 2025 competition. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the hits of the UPM's 3 Minutes Thesis 2025 competition. To seek the blessings from the Almighty to ease our event today, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Amirul Afif Saudi from the School of Graduate Studies to recite the Doa. Please welcome.
Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مباركا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا مباركا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا شكيا ولا محروما ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير اللهم طول أعمارنا وصحح أجسادنا وثبت إيماننا ووسع أرزاقنا وحسن أخلاقنا ونور قلوبنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اجعل من أهل الخير واجعلنا من أهل البركة واجعل من أهل المغفرة اللهم اجعل من أهل الجنة واجعلنا من أهل الفردوس الأعلى برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اجعل مجلسنا هذا مجلسا مباركا لأصحابنا وأهلنا وجيراننا وضيوفنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Amirul Afif Saudi, for the dua recital. Dear participants, a competition is incomplete without its judges. Let's introduce to you our 3 judges for our university hits round this morning. Firstly, as the head of the adjudicating panel, we have Professor Dr. Sharmili Vidyadharan. Professor Sharmili is a professor and head of the Microglia Research Group at the Immunology Laboratory, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Putra Malaysia. She obtained her PhD in neuroscience from Imperial College London in 2005 and teaches immunology and neuroscience. She is an editorial board member for several journals and was recipient of the L'Oreal for Women in Science Fellowship in 2008. She has been involved in the university's 3MT competition since its inception. Next up, we have Professor Geospatialist Dr. Shaiful Dahari Hashim. Professor Shaiful is a professor in the Department of Computer and Communication System Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, and head of Network Modeling Laboratory in the Institute for Mathematical Research INSPEM at UPM. He received his PhD from Cardiff University, UK in 2011, and his research interests are Internet of Things, IoT, wireless systems, cloud computing, network security, and 6G. During his PhD study, he won the 3rd place for the creativity and originality in microwave measurement for IEEE MTTS, Atlanta, USA, 2008. He has contributed to more than 190 technical and research publications. Currently, he is the visiting professor chair for UPM QTech University Joint Super Satellite Campus for 2025. And last but not least, we have Professor Dr. Norhazwani Ismail. Professor Normas is a professor of economics at the School of Business and Economics UPM and currently serves as the Deputy Dean of Research and Innovation. Previously, she held the position of Deputy Director at the Institute of Agricultural and Food Policy Studies UPM. She earned her PhD in economics from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. She teaches macroeconomics, international trade, and digital economics for both under and postgraduate level. Her research interests primarily focus on international trade and development economics with a particular emphasis on medical trade, high technology trade, digital technology, and economic growth. That being said, let's begin today's competition by inviting our very first presenter for the day, Ms. Yong Wean, with her presentation, Microbial Superpower Storing Carbon Beneath Our Feet. Please welcome.
Testing. Okay. On March 28th, Myanmar was hit by a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Forest fires, floods, droughts are all climate disasters that we should be worried about because global warming is worsening. If we don't reabsorb all this excessive carbon dioxide back into our earth, our future generations will suffer. Oil palm is planted in around 30 countries worldwide, supplying up to 40% of our total vegetable oil demand globally. If we can apply a more carbon-efficient planting design without sacrificing crop yield or crop productivity, oil palm could be globally recognized as the most sustainable crop to combat climate change. What I meant was oilseed crop. Can we change the way we plant trees to store more carbon in our soils? This is what I will find out with my research by planting oil palm trees together with native tree species in an oil palm agroforestry system. It is the picture on our right. In soils, microbes like bacteria and fungi exist just like in the air or on the chair we're sitting on. Microbes like penicillin is known for antibiotic discovery. Microbes like Ganoderma is known to cause oil palm diseases. But did you know they have the superpowers to help us store carbon in our soils? In the agroforestry design, the substrates from the oil palm trees and the substrates from the native tree species both favored the domination of different microbial communities in the soils. When these two types of trees are combined, we observed a greater microbial diversity in the soil using DNA sequencing analysis. This means that we can store more carbon in our soils because different microbes have different capacities to break down different forms of carbon materials from fallen leaves or tree roots, eventually storing carbon in our soils. So, by integrating native tree species with oil palm trees, we can increase soil microbial diversity and increase soil carbon storage. With the superpower from our soil microbes, we can create a better future for our future generations. Everyone, by keeping our soils alive, our soils will keep us alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yong for the presentation. Next, we have Ms. Bama Raja Segaran with her presentation, Efficient ML Technique in Blockchain-Based Solution in Carbon Credit for Mitigating Greenwashing. Please welcome.
Okay, hi. Okay, in 2023, The Guardian revealed that 90% of the rainforest carbon offset is verified by Vera is totally worthless because big companies, they claim to be carbon neutral, but actually the forest does not exist or is not at risk at all. So this having the carbon, this isn't a climate action. This is greenwashing. So to fix this, we need to have a real progress that is to align with SDG 13, 12, and 15. This carbon credit system supposed to help us to fight climate action, but it doesn't. It's broken. Carbon is reused. Project is purely monitored. There's no transparency. So no one knows where the credit is comes from, and is they actually work. So to fix this, we need to know that we need to align with the credits. Okay, my solution is to solve this problem. Okay, using the blockchain using the credits that can be secured, unique and traceable. While machine learning, we can use the satellite data to monitor the data by using automate checks, improve accuracy, and also to detect the fraud. So we need to take action now. Okay, this is to stop our greenwashing. If it is not solved by now, our planet's going to heat up. So polluters is profiting while they are joining the solution to be part of the solution, but they are not. So that's the only option is we need to have this system to track the progress of the carbon credit, because real solution is to have a real data, real action and real impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bama Rajasegaran, for the presentation. Next, we have Ms. Faramurida binti Muhammad Fuad with the presentation, Online Hate Speech, a Threat to Victims' Freedom of Expression. Please welcome.
We all have freedom of expression, that it is our fundamental human rights to express opinions freely. After all, it is a key marker of any true democracy. But what if this freedom ends up harming others? Where do we draw the line? Freedom of expression is never the ticket to make offensive and insulting comments towards others in the form of hate speech. Hate speech attacks a person or a group on the basis of who they are, such as race, religion, gender, or any other identity factor. You have probably heard of racist remarks such as Melayu malas, Indians are gangsters, or orang asli jakun, as these are casually thrown as a joke in our multi-ethnic society. These are examples of hate speech. The reality today is that hate speech on social media is slowly becoming a threat. Statistics show that there is a six-fold increase in hate speech complaints on social media, and this number just keeps going up year by year. Now, picture this. Imagine you are trying to raise awareness about an important political or social issue on X, and this is the kind of comment you get in return. So perhaps not everyone has the freedom to fully expressing themselves, with hate speech constantly denying victims of their right. Well, my PhD research deals with online hate speech within political discourse and how this could impact victims' freedom of expression. Through an in-depth interview, I talked to 8 victims of online hate speech to better understand their experiences and perceptions. My findings reveal that hate speech have devastating impacts on their psychological and emotional well-being. They self-censor, they change their social media behavior, and they withdraw themselves from fully participating in the society. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is not how a true democracy looks like. After all, we listen and we don't judge, right? With these findings, my research aims to provide crucial insights into the victim's point of view, and this is important to shape policies that can effectively combat hate speech while maintaining free political discussion. Because in a true democracy, every voice and every vote matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faramurida, with the presentation. Next, we have Mr. Azrul Afiq bin Azmi Murad with his presentation, Ways to Wonder, the Circular Power of Black Soldier Fly Larvae Frass for Sustainable Agriculture. Please welcome.
Today, agriculture is facing a perfect storm. Rising in global temperature has led to frequent droughts and chemical fertilizers, causing soil degradation and environmental pollution. Sustainable solution is urgently needed to help plants to survive droughts while maintaining the soil health. So this is where my research comes in. By using the black soldier fly larvae frass or BSFL frass, which consists of the insect cast-off skin, the insect manure, and also the food residue that can act as a natural plant biostimulants. How does it made? The black soldier fly larvae or the insect larvae itself can consume on any organic waste and turn those waste into what we call as the functional compost or frass. And this frass works like a probiotic smoothies for the plants. Meanwhile, the chemical fertilizers works like energy drink, giving a quick boost but not sustainable. In a greenhouse experiment that has been conducted, by using bok choy as a plant model, these plants were exposed to the severe droughts and also normal conditions while being treated with the BSFL frass and also chemical fertilizers. And the results were promising. The plants that has been treated with the BSFL frass shows an improvement on their weight, on their soil water holding capacity, as well as the survivability rate during droughts. But how does it work? Think of the soil as a house for bacteria, and the soil already has its own bacteria. Then we introduce the new bacteria coming from the frass, and they team up in the soil saying, we need to help the plants in the soil to survive droughts while maintaining the soil health, and we have to conserve food and also water in the soil. So what I have to do is, I have to identify each of these bacteria and its function, knowing what is the relationship between the bacteria and also the plants to survive droughts. How is it important to us? Well, I know you guys have been busy with works and sometimes you forgot to water your plants for a week or two. But what if I tell you, by using the black soldier fly larvae frass only one time, you can help your plants to survive a little bit longer and grow even better compared to the chemical fertilizers that you apply weekly. From waste to wonder, this is how black soldier fly larvae frass can help farmers and also agriculture moving forward for a sustainable agriculture in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Azrul Afiq bin Azmi Murad, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Lim Chengway with the presentation, Reverting Cognitive Deficits and Neurogenic to Gliogenic Shift in TS1CJE mice brains by targeting JAK-STAT signaling. Please welcome.
Anyone here who has ever met an individual with Down syndrome knows that they have trouble remembering stuff, they have trouble learning stuff, and in fact, their average IQ lies around the 50 range. Now, this has something to do with a very bizarre way in which their brain develops. You see, in normal brain development, we have a type of cell known as a stem cell that makes up all the other cell types in the brain. On one hand, we have the thinking cells, the neurons, and on the other hand, the astrocytes. Now, astrocytes, they are there to support the function of the brain, but they don't really do much of the thinking job. And sometimes when they overreact, they cause brain damage. In normal brain development, we achieve a balanced number of neurons versus astrocytes. But in the Down syndrome brain, this stem cell commits itself way too much to produce over number of astrocytes as compared to neurons. And as a result, there are less thinking cells, and that is bad for the brain. Studies have shown that this is due to an overactivated pathway in the brain known as the JAK-STAT signaling. Essentially, too much JAK-STAT signaling leaves you too much astrocytes and less neuron, and then you can't think as well. My research is based on a simple question. If we now know that JAK-STAT signaling is the culprit behind this imbalance in cell number, can we then use a drug to target this pathway, tune it down, and restore balance to brain development? In my study, I used a drug called ruxolitinib. It is an FDA-approved inhibitor of the JAK-STAT signaling that has been shown by our group previously to be able to improve cognition in mice that are treated with this drug. But those are normal mice. In my study, I attempt to recreate that experiment by giving this drug to mice that are pregnant with Down syndrome babies. And we are interested to see whether taking this drug as a prenatal supplement could restore the balance in the number of neuron versus astrocytes in the Down syndrome brain. And more importantly, by simply correcting this number of cells, could it actually lead to functional improvement? Could it improve learning and memory? Now, this is still a work in progress. Today, I do not have any data to share with you, but just a final disclaimer. We are not promising a cure for Down syndrome, but imagine the possibility of having a prenatal supplement that once taken might tremendously improve the quality of life of a children with Down syndrome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lim Chengway, for the presentation. Next, we have Teng Yun with the presentation Improving Neglected Urban Public Spaces, Females' Perceptions of Safety in Urban Alleys in Kuala Lumpur. Please welcome.
It's late. You take a shortcut through a narrow alley between the bright, clean main roads. But here, the streetlights are dim, garbage piles up, and the air risk. A mouse close by. You gasp, what was that? Then you hear the footsteps, someone behind you. You close your bags and your phone tightly. But your high heels make you hard to run. Then he walks by. Nothing happens. He's just a pedestrian like you. However, within those few seconds, your panic sets into you. For many females in KL, this is not just imagination. This is reality. Although 55% of KL's urban spaces is overlooked in urban planning. The research studies reported that the KL's accounts for 70% of KL's street crimes in KL. That's 87% of victims were females. Then, however, the real issue is not because of the crime, it's beyond it. Then it's the perception of safety. Females change their routes
and change their limit because of the danger. Not because of the danger, it's because of the danger may occur. For decades, urban planning has focusing on the main roads, squares, and the parks. Well, alleys always remain the blind spot. This is where my research comes in. I investigated the factors that influence females' perceptions of safety in alleys from 3 directions: physical factors, social factors, and personal factors. So it was found there are 3 actions that females recommended in the studies. First one, pedestrian activities. Second one, better lighting. Third one, commercial activities. So what's the next? So my research framework is to develop the framework that can make the alleys into a safe network, where females can use freely. If half of our city remains unsafe for female, can we truly call it a safe city? It's time to remind the overlooked urban spaces, because no female have to choose between convenience and safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Teng Yun, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Vigneswari Palanimutu with the presentation, Global Value Chain, Trade Facilitation, Competitiveness and Growth in Selected Asian Countries. Please welcome.
I want you to take a look at this picture. What does it tell you? Well, this is the Pedego e-bike. It is designed in the US, assembled in Vietnam, with parts and components from around the globe, such as Germany, China, Japan, and Korea. Technically, it's made in the world. This is the power of global value chain, or GVC. GVC is the fragmentation of production function across countries. GVC represents 70% of world trade, 50% alone in Asia. Imagine for every 1% increase in global value chain participation can increase income of the people by more than 1%. Do you know that while Asia is the factory of the world, many countries in the region is still stuck at the lower end of the value chain, exporting raw materials and low-value products, including Malaysia. Global value chain binds us all together, our economies, our industries, our opportunities. The low value chain that I mentioned before, it's also Malaysia that is exporting low-value products. In my research, I examine how trade facilitation through efficient transportation system, ICT infrastructure, and streamlined border processes impact GVC participation. The study findings show that seamless and efficient movement of goods across border reduces trade costs and enhances connectivity for businesses, while for consumers like us, we'll be able to enjoy a wide range of product choices at cheaper prices. I also examine how GVC participation shapes the competitiveness of the nation. The study findings show that many Asian countries are highly reliant on cheap imports for exports. To move up the ladder from low-tech exporters to high-tech exporters, Asian countries must focus on enhancing technology access as well as strengthening governance. Policymakers must prioritize technology, ease of doing business, as well as strengthening institutional reforms. The future is interconnected. And for Asia, I believe global value chain is the game changer. Thank you.
Thank you. Alamak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vigneswari, for the presentation. Next, we have Siti Sarajumali with a presentation Defeating Smuggled Paddy Seeds at Custom Clearance. Please welcome.
Imagine you're about to buy a dream car, a sleek top-of-the-line luxury vehicle worth a whopping 500,000. And I'll fart maybe, but then something goes terribly wrong. You figured you have a mere 250,000, just enough to buy a Civic Type R? Still think it's cool? Well, that's a devastating effect when bacteria pedicle blight strikes the rice field, losing half of the yield in one go. Still think it's fine? Well, wait until your rice hikes to 50 ringgit for 5 kilograms. This isn't a hypothetical situation. In 2017, a silent threat emerged in Seberang Perai. Within 1 year, it spread to all over the region without anyone noticing it. It's bacteria pedicle blight. With this disease, it can slash your rice yield up to 50%. Some say 80%. It's very bad that it devastates the whole region and causes losses amounting to millions and causes losses for food security. The problem? Infected seeds and the untimely detection of the presence of the bacteria. So we need something that is cost-effective, accurate, and timely to detect the disease. This is where my research comes in. I'm developing a rapid detection kit to detect the presence of disease by using aptamer. Aptamer is tiny molecular magnets that acts as a magnet to capture the protein specific to the bacteria. By anchoring this aptamer to a biosensing platform, it can quickly detect the presence of the disease. And by spending 50 ringgit, some might say, why spend 50 ringgit to test my seeds? Well, picture this. Why spend 50 ringgit? By spending 50 ringgit, you will lose the investment, you will safeguard your investment to protect your seeds. And also, with this technology, we can safeguard our borderline. It's like a border patrol for your seeds to protect your seeds from further damage and your investment. And with this technology, we can protect our rice fields and ensuring the safety of our rice fields for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Siti Sarajumali, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Nafisa binti Abu Qasim with the presentation, Revolutionizing Malaysia's Local Chicken for Sustainable Food Security. Please welcome.
May I see hands? Who loves to eat chicken? Oh my God. Fried chicken, chicken nuggets, chicken curry, burgers, all in our favorite food, right? But do you ever wonder, are the chickens even ours?
Are they locally produced? Let me tell you the truth fact for us to open up our eyes and mind. The chicken that we eat have two categories, which are meat and eggs. The meat are produced by chicken called as the broiler chicken, while the eggs are the layers. The broiler and the layers are produced by the parent stock. For your information, parent stock are really strictly controlled by the authorities who own the breed, and it is not us who own it. We are still 100% depending on other countries on the parent stock, especially UKs and US. This makes us very, very fierce because we might have no chicken supply. Let us imagine in this hall full with 100 people. If UK and US stop the supply, might be only 4 of us manage to taste the tenderness, the juiciness of the fried chicken. The rest, not today, not tomorrow, the whole year, no chicken, no eggs for you. Sorry, guys. Only those 4 people have the chance to taste the chicken. Where did they get the chickens from? Our local chicken. That's the only hope that we have. Here, my study is to fill in the hope, where we, UPM, together with Mardi, trying to increase the number of local chicken by supplementing them with reproductive booster, so-called as organic selenium. We produce our own organic selenium by the help of Aedes aegypti bacteria to convert from inorganic to organic selenium. Therefore, by providing our own nation with our own local food sources, for me, personally, this is the real mean of the food security. Therefore, food security for me is from our land to our own nation. Thank you.
Apologies for the technical disruption. Thank you so much to Ms. Nafisa for the presentation. Next, let's call upon our 10th presenter for today, Ms. Mariam Jamila binti Muhammad Fairuz, with the presentation, Nano Bamboo, a tiny solution to a big pollution problem. Please welcome.
I believe many of us, especially those who stays in Klang Valley area, has experienced multiple water shortage issue due to the river pollution because of illegal dumping or improper handling of wastewater from the industries. According to the Department of Environment, 195 rivers in Malaysia is likely polluted, meanwhile another 36 rivers is heavily polluted. And recently, one of the main contaminants that raised a concern is actually phenol, because a lot of industries such as palm oil, pharmaceutical are producing phenols, but they are not being treated properly before being discharged into the water body. Phenol at a high concentration is very toxic. It can cause burn when in contact with living organisms and harm the environment. So in my study, we are producing a green absorbent called activated carbon. And since we are using bamboo, it is called bamboo activated carbon, BAC. This bamboo actually acts as a filter to trap this pollutant to remove them completely from the wastewater. So you can imagine like a sponge that we use to wash our dishes, right? This absorbent has thousands of tiny pores and holes on their surface. So they will trap this pollutant onto the pores and hole, so they will be removed completely from the wastewater. Hence, we can get our clean water. To further improve the absorption efficiency or removal efficiency, we actually further modified this absorbent into nanomagnetic activated carbon, NMAC, where we reduce the size into a nano size and we introduce the magnetic properties to this absorbent, so that we can improve the absorption or removal, and at the same time, we can easily remove this material, this absorbent from the wastewater after treatment by applying magnetic field, so that we can collect them easily and reuse them for the next cycle of wastewater treatment process. And based on our study, these two developed absorbents, BAC and NMAC, has proven to remove 95% to 100% of this toxic compound, which is very effective. So I believe this innovation can help us to solve the water pollution issue that we are currently facing, so that we can ensure cleaner water for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariam Jamila, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Gokilavani Shanmugan with a presentation, Find Peace in Public Speaking. Please welcome.
A very good morning. Research and survey shows that the second language learners, especially the students from Tamil primary schools, are facing anxiety and facing difficulties in speaking English. Even the students who are excelling in academics are facing these difficulties, and the students, even at the thought of having to speak out, they feel nervous and anxiety. To overcome this, I have found a solution: Find Peace in Public Speaking. It is a game-based tool which is designed based on the foundational theories of language acquisition, anxiety, and learning. And the students will be given a infographic dice and the wheel. For the dice of tales, the students will be sitting in a group of 5 people, and they will be fed with ideas in the dice, and all they have to do is to speak. And situation breaks the blame anxiety, because the students will be only playing with the group which they know very well. And from that group of 5, they will be moving to the bigger group, which is group of 10 people, and they will be playing a wheel of tales, and this wheel of tales also will be given with infographic ideas for the students to speak out. And in this situation, the students also able to break their blank page anxiety, because all the ideas are already given and all they have to do is to speak. And this playful situation creates a non-judgmental environment where the students can speak confidently. More than 100 students and teachers all over the Malaysia have tried this game-based tool in their language classroom setting, and the testimonials prove that it helps to develop their confidence in speaking. And the teachers supported this idea where the students are encouraged to speak, and it breaks their silence in the classroom. And I believe this game-based tool can help the teachers all over the Malaysia to break the silence in their English classroom setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gokilavani, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Dalia Ashikin binti Ahmad Zainadin with a presentation, A Trust-Based Security for Mitigating Black Hole Attacks in Wireless Sensor Networks. Please welcome.
Failure in communication is catastrophe. It also happened in wireless sensor network. Welcome to the world of wireless sensor network. This is sample of wireless sensor. It's tiny, right? But actually mighty enough to support as a backbone in Industry 5.0 with IoT, AI, and automation thrive. The collections of these wireless sensors will form a wireless sensor network, allowing communication in smart devices. But here's the problem: the existence of black hole attacker. Right? So this black hole attacker will pretend to be as a trusted node, tricking other sensor to send data to it, and just like black hole in the outer space, it will swallow everything. Data gone, miscommunication. Right? So this isn't just a theory. The recent study by Risha et al. Telling that black hole attack is one of the serious threats happen in wireless sensor network. It causing massive data loss and communication breakdowns in IoT environment. Well, you just can't imagine. Machine in the factory can suddenly shut down, causing millions of losses, and medical appliance suddenly malfunction and give doctor wrong result. That may cost your own life. So how to solve this problem? This is a disaster. Okay, definitely we can't rely to Dr. Strange because he's busy solving multiverse issues, right? So my research introducing as DCGF routing protocol is actually an improved geographical routing protocol that intelligent enough to secure the communication in wireless sensor network. It works in 2 phases. First, trust evaluation. The sensor node with full buffer occupancy but no active transmission will be flagged as black hole attacker. That will reduce the trust score, and that will make use of fuzzy logic to strategically choose the best trusted wireless sensor node and send data to the destination. Well, this strategy has proved not only increased high reduction in data loss, but also high reduction in delay. What is the matter? Because in AI-driven automation, data is power. If we're not securing the network, we're not only losing information, but also losing trust in our technology. So my research contribute to a safer and more resilient digital future in line with the third and ninth SDG, United Nations SDG, is providing better healthcare and smarter industry. Well, let's agree. Securing wallet sensor network is securing the future of automation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalia Ashikin, for the presentation. Next, let's have Ms. Norhayati binti Mak Yusuf alias Muhammad Yusuf with her presentation, Career Intention Among Youth with Hearing Disabilities in Malaysia Hospitality Industry. Please welcome.
Bismillah. Have you experienced with mouth when your mouth is covered with masking tape or stuffed with small piece of paper, a cloth? Can we talk? This moment is not for a while, but this is a lifetime experience for people with hearing disability. Disability is a part of human experience that can impact in many aspects. Disability is a matter of perception and reality. People with disability have a barrier in society that can impact that can limit their participation in everyday life. In Malaysia, government has equipped youth with hearing disability with essential skill, particularly in hospitality and F&B industry. Since 2000, Polytechnic and Community College have offered programs like tailored for students with hearing disability, and yet many students face communication barrier in studies. Okay. Enrollment shows grown significantly, and when we talk about enrollment, it shows that the government has put effort, and this is exists. However, full workforce enforcement has yet still a challenge. From my study, using as social cognitive career theory, extended, incorporated of challenges and also industry perceptions, finding shows that self-efficacy and also industry perceptions significantly influence their career intention. However, the students have facing, the communication barrier will not deter or discourage them to joining the industry. So continuous collaboration among industry, practitioner, institution, and also Ministry of Human Resource, okay, is essential in order to equip equal opportunity in education and employment. With that, with hope, I would like to ask, please give them a chance to build their career and be part of us. Thank you.
Nervous gila.
Thank you, Ms. Norhayati, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Ming Wang for the with the presentation "Uncertainty is the Only Certainty, Which One Shapes Corporate Financialization." Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Every time when we mention Donald Trump, what is the first face come to your mind? Tariff, protectionism, trade war, I think should have one of them. So what do they have in common? Uncertainty. So when firms cannot predict government actions, policies regarding to the trading tariffs, we call this trade policy uncertainty. And if you cannot predict the interest rate from the central bank, that is monetary policy uncertainty. And if the fluctuation of oil price, that is oil price uncertainty. So when you face that many uncertainty mirrors, which one should you focus? This leads to my topic, which uncertainty mirrors matter for cooperative financialization. Specifically, I focus on 4 types of uncertainty: economic policy, monetary policy, trade policy, and oil price uncertainty. Okay. Now you imagine, what is cooperative financialization? Well, in a simple way, cooperative financialization is firms shift their focus away from core business, but to the financial investment, just like they invest in stocks, funds, derivatives, and they mainly rely on the profit from the financial channels rather than the core business. This is called cooperative financialization. In a short term, this financialization may bring firms stability or liquidity, but in the long run, it crowd out innovation investment and the long-term sustainable growth. Okay, according to my study, I use Chinese Asia-listed firms and fixed effect model, and I found oil price uncertainty has the most significant impact on cooperative financialization. So what we can learn from this study? First, government should play a stable and transparent business environment for firms. Second, the regulators should monitor and curb the excessive financialization of the non-financial firms, especially the speculation one. And third, the consistent and greater ESG standards are needed to help firms toward a sustainable investment strategy during the uncertain environment. So in my study, by studying the uncertainty, we can help firms to have a greater policy investment strategy. So when you cannot predict uncertainty, just embrace it. Uncertainty is the only certainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ming Yao. Next, let's invite Ms. Norhazwani binti Abdul Malik with her presentation, Maxine-Based Nanofluid for Solar PV Cooling System. Please welcome.
Hello, I'm from the Faculty of Engineering. When I first came to the faculty, I saw many floating solar panels in front of the faculty buildings. And I also read that there are other buildings in UPM that have been installed with solar panels. I think some of you know that these solar panels are used to absorb the sunlight, and the energy from the sunlight is then converted into electricity. But do you know that not all sunlight is converted into electricity? A part of it is converted into heat. So this heat is either dissipated or trapped in the solar panels. So what happens if there's too much heat trapped in the solar panels? The solar panel will get overheated and its performance will drop. The same thing happens if you walk under the sun on a very hot and sunny day. After a while, you get thirsty and tired easily. So for these overheated solar panels, we can actually remove the heat and put it somewhere else. This concept is the same as the solar thermal system. So when we integrate this system into the solar panel, we actually produce a new system that is called as a PVT system. In the PVT system, the fluid that flows at the back of the panel is used to absorb the heat and transfer it for other thermal use. So another problem is that the conventional fluids that are normally used like water, oil, and glycols, they have some other challenges. Therefore, in the literature, there are many scholars that have been suggested to use an alternative fluid. So this fluid is called as nanofluid. In our work, we have produced a novel nanofluid by mixing small amount of mixing nanoparticles into a conventional fluid. And as a result, we obtain improvement in the properties, especially in the thermal conductivity and specific heat capacity. Why are these important? These properties, when it gets higher, more heat can be absorbed and transferred. So when we apply to the solar PV system, we get a reduction in the PV temperature. And as a result, its performance also increases. You can see that the overall efficiency is 80% higher as compared to the system that use conventional fluid. So it's a promising solution for cooling the solar PV, and it could also be used for other thermal systems. And it can also be integrated into the solar panels in UPM. So better thermal management in renewable energy system will enhance clean and sustainable energy. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norhazwani, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Mr. Moesh Anak Lelaki Sababati with his presentation, The Best Cure, No Cure at All. Please welcome.
Okay. Right, what if I told you that the best cure is no cure at all? Now, for decades, medicine has been reactive. We wait for diseases to strike, and then we scramble to fix the damage. But what if we can stop the damage before it even begins? And that's exactly what I set out to investigate. My focus, acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS. It's a life-threatening lung condition with no real cure. It's also what kills patients in severe pneumonia, sepsis, and even COVID-19. Now, so what do we do about it, right? So I ask, what if we didn't have to wait for ARDS to happen? What if we stopped it in its tracks? And that's where stem cells come in, not just any stem cells, but human umbilical cord-derived mesenchymal stem cells. And why umbilical cord, you may ask? Now, it's something that we throw away. And what if I told you that something we discard could actually save lives? And these cells have plenty of healing properties. It has got no ethical concerns, at least not as much as embryonic stem cells. And they are also very, very easily accessible, right? So my research gets into looking at whether or not stem cells could try to treat the disease before it even starts. Now, Okay, now most studies look at MSCs as a treatment before ARDS starts, or at least before it messes up your lungs, right? But I wanted to make a twist here. I wanted to look at if MSCs could try to fix the damage before it even happens, right? And so because MSCs don't, so here's what happens in my research, right? When I gave stem cells before the lung injury got severe, the mice recovered better than those who got no treatment at all. Now, this is because MSCs, they don't just sit in the lung and do all the work, because they have this, at least what I call their secret weapon, which is the paracrine signaling. And now, they don't sit in the lungs forever, like I said before. And in fact, MSCs only stay in the injury site for about 24 hours. But in this very short time, they release such strong, powerful cytokines, growth factors, and exosomes that keeps the healing going long after the MSCs are gone. Now, imagine a future where stem cells don't just heal, but they protect. And I'm looking at a future where we can stop the disease before it even happens. Because the best cure probably is no cure at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moesh. Next, let's call upon Ms. Zhao Lina with her presentation, Change Your Words, Change Your World. Please welcome.
Look around you. How many people are checking their phones right now? According to recent data, on average, a person spends 4 hours and 37 minutes on their phone every single day, checking it 58 times per day. But let me ask you, what makes you buy that smartphone? Now, think about it. If you are selling Malaysian durians on a Chinese e-commerce platform, how do you make your first sale? First, you have to translate your product descriptions, right? But is translation enough? No, it will screw up. Why? Because in advertising, what matters is not the product you're selling, but how you tell people that you're selling. And that's where transgression comes in. Transgression isn't just translation. It's the art of adapting slogans, taglines, and other marketing materials to resonate with a specific cultural audience. It's not just about the words, it's about the essence, the tone, and the emotion. My research, it takes a deep dive into transgression in Chinese smartphone industry. I first evaluate the effectiveness of transgression in smartphone marketing, then I uncover the linguistic reasons behind it. And here's what I found. Transgression works, yes. It enhances customer engagement, and it creates emotional connections, and it increases purchasing intent. Transgressions use a mix of strategies from cultural substitution to linguistic transliteration to preserve brand identity while adapting to new markets. But here's the catch. Deviations in transgression can be a double-edged sword. If done right, they can boost brand appeal. But if done wrong, they can lead to misinterpretation, cultural backlash, and customer distrust. And that brings me back to where we started. Words matter. The way you tell your story defines how the world sees you. Now, I'll leave you with this. Change your words, change your world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaulina. Next, let's call upon our 18th presenter, Ms. Norfara Afika binti Asmadi, with her presentation, Stability and Homogeneity of In-House Synthesized Phantom for 5G Exposure. Please welcome.
Nowadays, people use many technologies like mobile phones, Wi-Fi, and microwaves that produce electromagnetic fields which may affect the human body. These devices have raised public health concerns, especially near the head. To ensure these devices are safe, many researchers study specific absorption rate to measure the body absorbs that electromagnetic energy. Therefore, instead of testing directly on humans, researchers use phantoms because it can mimic human tissues and also avoid harmful radiation exposure towards real people. So in my project, we focus on semi-solid type of phantom. By modifying the ingredient from original recipe, the mechanical and physical properties may be changed. As you can see in this figure, in table 1, in year 2000, the researcher uses sodium azide as preservative, but in the latest article in year 2020, the sodium azide is changed to sodium dihydroacetate, while TX151 is changed to xanthan gum. Why? This is because both sodium azide and TX151 are toxic ingredients. So the first objective of this project is to check the homogeneity of the fabricated phantom, meaning to ensure the consistency of the dielectric constant at all locations. And the next objective is to see if the phantom is stable up to 45 days. This is important because it helps to ensure that the tests are accurate and reliable. For the phantom, every location is measured 3 times by using vector network analyzer, and the dielectric constant is averaged to gain the consistent measurements and reduce error. In this graph, it is shown that this master phantom is homogeneous for each location and stable in day 9 to 11 for the frequency of 700 megahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, and 3.5 gigahertz. But for 20 gigahertz, it seems to stable up to 45 days. So in conclusion, this study successfully investigated the stability and homogeneity of the phantom, and these findings contribute to improve new phantom and reduce human testing. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Norfara Afika for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 10 minutes break. You may scan the QR code on the screen for the competition's ebook. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's begin our second round of adjudication by inviting Miss Risha Priya, anak perempuan Raja Segar, with her presentation, A Deadly Love Potion for the Fruit Enemy. Please welcome. Once again, please welcome Ms. Risha Priya with her presentation, A Deadly Love Potion for the Fruit Enemy. Please welcome.
Imagine eating a mango at the comfort of your home, and when you're just about to take the first bite of its juicy flesh, a tiny little worm pops out. Disgusting, right? If you want to know who's the culprit, meet the oriental fruit fly, the sworn enemy of fruit lovers and farmers alike. This pest is no joke. It lays eggs inside fruits, ruining crops and causing billions of dollars in agricultural losses annually. In fact, it has invaded more than 70 countries worldwide, making fruit fly control a global priority. One effective method to combat this pest is the male annihilation technique, or MAT, in which male flies are lured into traps using a strong male attractant called methyeugenol, or ME, and killed using toxicants. An interesting twist about ME, it is not just an attractant, it is actually toxic to the flies. But this clever little pest have a trick up their sleeve. They can transform ME into safer pheromone compounds that they store in their body and later use it to attract females, like perfume. I call this their love potion because ME can also boost their mating success. While that's fascinating, the main problem lies in the toxicants used in MAT, like malathion, which is not only toxic to the flies, but also to the environment. This is where my research comes in. I'm introducing saffrol, a safer, naturally occurring substance that has the potential to stop the male flies from transforming ME into safer compounds. As a result, ME remains toxic and kills the male flies outright. Through laboratory experiments, I've discovered that saffrol can kill the male flies 24 hours post-feeding a treatment containing methyeugenol and saffrol combination. And of course, further investigation is ongoing. But if this formula works in the field, it can be used to eliminate the flies safely and break their reproductive cycle, because no males, no reproduction. So that's how the story goes. Methyeugenol and saffrol, a deadly love potion for the fruit enemy. A groundbreaking solution that could revolutionize fruit fly control while protecting our environment. So next time, when you're enjoying your fruit, remember that science is working behind the scenes to keep it safe and worm-free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Risha Priya, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Norshahida binti Azili with her presentation, Empowering Youth to Preserve Malaysia's Traditional Urban Fabric Through Creative Placemaking. Please welcome.
Are you familiar with those places? Dataran Merdeka, Petaling Street, Central Market. These are our national most historic places. They are alive, but mainly for tourists. What happened to the youth? They are also here, but mostly during weekends as just casual visitors. Therefore, the question is, how can we engage the youth to revitalize the urban spaces, the traditional urban fabric? Because without preserving them, we are losing their identity, losing the things, the rich things behind it. Therefore, currently there's a lot of placemaking initiatives that government has go out, but they are mostly a paternalistic, a top-down approach. Therefore, we need to engage the youth and change this, where it requires a bottom-up approach. Therefore, I choose two sites for this. The first one is Kampung Gelam in Singapore, and another one is Central Market. Kampung Gelam acts as a benchmark case study where I studied how youth and creative industries merge and revitalize the urban fabric. In Central Market, within the 400-meter radius, I studied the intersections between culture, design, and youth engagement. This is very important because, and with this, and I'm using a qualitative research, which are the case study observations, workshops, and also interviews. And with this, I will be developing a culturally inclusive framework within the traditional urban fabric that empower youth in the traditional urban fabric. And because their empowerment is very important, and we need to change the youth roles from just a normal users to a stewards for culture and identity. Because by having them as enacted in the Act 668, their role is more than just a user. They are actually a game changer in urban development. By having them, we are not just preserving the buildings, but we are keeping the stories to be kept being told generations to generations. With this is a placemaking. And this is how we build cities with soul. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Norshahida. Next, let's invite Mr. Bun Lang with his presentation, Unlocking Innovation, the Commercialization Key. Please welcome.
I'd like to talk about a flower that I left on my desk 20 years ago. It was a dried flower. Now, the flower represents my research on solar energy 20 years ago. And it just ended as an academic paper that does not reach its full potential to benefit the society. Universities are like gardens with many ideas that did not grow. Why? Because there are disconnects. The disconnects between the researchers, entrepreneurs, and investors. The researchers are good on the subject matter, but they don't know how to sell the flowers that they grow. Whereas the entrepreneur, they like to have gained access to the latest technology, but it is difficult for them to navigate the academic landscape. Whereas for the investor, they want to make sure that they have return over investment. They don't want their money to be gone like morning dew. So now what my research proposed is to solve this problem. I want to connect the people in the industry, the entrepreneurs and the researchers to work together to come up with a viable product that can push to the society. Why? Because currently the traditional linear R&D model does not work. Where you come up with a paper and you wait for someone to take it and commercialize it, it is not an efficient way for us to work because we have limited research fund. But what if we can connect it with the society, connect it with the entrepreneurs, and get people to work together, iterate, create feedback, and come up with a viable product. And that viable product gains the attention of investors. So this is how Loy Ton Ee come up with, where he's look for cows, then he managed to get investors and grow his business. And that's how he created Farm Fresh. And now I'm digitizing all this process and come up with the best practices for people to work together. Imagine where you have a garden and you can grow your ideas and flowers. So that is what I want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan Bun Lang, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Mr. Low Chi Wai with his presentation, Character Sums and Prime Devices in BT Sequences. Please welcome.
Okay, good morning all. My name is Low Chi Wai from InSpam. Okay, in mathematics, character sum is one of the most important methods for us to solve the problem that involve numbers. For example, we can use it to find the distribution of prime numbers. Next, for the prime divisor, is a prime number that divides another number without leaving a remainder. For example, 6 can be divided by 2 and 3, and both 2 and 3 are prime numbers. Therefore, 2 and 3 are prime divisors of 6. These two concepts are very important in cybersecurity. For example, most of the website that we're visiting now is actually using the RSA encryption, which uses a very, very large prime number in the encryption in order to reduce the risk of getting cyber attack. On the other hand, Betty sequence is one of the sequence that created by using a special formula. Let's look at the example on the top left corner here. So we have the sequence of 18, 20, 22, and so on. So let's look into this sequence. So we can see that every of the number here are increased by 2. But from 24 to 27 and also 33 to 36, they are increased by 3. So now the question comes, what is the number after 38? Is it 40 or 41? Yes, we don't know, because this one cannot be predicted without using the correct formula. That's why this property makes Betty sequences so special and unique. For my research, I am actually finding the character sum of the Betty sequence with few different forms. So on the right of the screen, that is my results. So in order to get my results, I'm using the properties of double character sum, Cauchy inequalities, and also the discrepancy of the sequence. On the bottom left corner, it shows the prime divisor of the Betty sequences in 2 different forms. The result that can be obtained by using the prime counting function, pi of the last term of the sequence. In conclusion, character sums and prime divisors are 2 major concerns in the research of mathematics. Therefore, I hope that my research can be beneficial to those researchers who are interested in it, especially in cybersecurity. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lo Chi-wai. Next, let's invite Mr. Megat Hamzah bin Megat Mazhar Khair with his presentation, Antibiotic Resistance and its Alternative. Please welcome.
Whenever we get sick, have you ever wondered why the doctors always tell us to finish our medicine? Well, it's because the medicine, specifically antibiotics, is a very powerful killer of bacteria. But here's the problem. Sometimes the bacteria can evolve to resist these antibiotics. And when that happens, the medicine will stop working. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call antibiotic resistance, or the rise of antibiotics. The rise of superbugs. So superbugs are a very huge global health threat. In fact, it is estimated that more than 80,000 Malaysians will die due to superbugs infection by 2030. That's a staggering number if you ask me. But where does these superbugs come from? It actually comes from the agriculture and the healthcare industry. Quite ironic, isn't it? So, if antibiotics are becoming less and less effective, is there any other alternatives? Here is where it gets interesting. So we are investigating two crucial components. The first one is this teeny tiny spaceship-looking robot called phages, and the other one is good bacteria, or you might know as probiotics. So first, let's talk about the phages. Fun fact, phages are the most abundant organisms on Earth. There are around 10 to the power of 31 phages out there, which is like 10 million trillion phages. Similar to what an alien spaceship does, phages can land on the surface of bacteria, inject its DNA into the bacteria to take full control of the bacteria. When this happens, the bacteria will self-destruct and burst open. What about probiotics? Probiotics can naturally produce various kinds of compounds that can inhibit the growth of harmful bacteria. You can find it easily in probiotic drinks like Vitagen, Yakult, sometimes in yogurt and cheese also. So how are we going to do this? We want to combine these two together by putting the phage DNA into the probiotics. The result is a supercharged probiotics with double the killing capacity on the bad bacteria. What's really exciting about this is that the bad bacteria can really evolve to counter this new combo, because the killing mechanism is very complex, and our results are very promising against one specific bacteria called Streptococcus agalactiae, which can cause disease in fish, cows, and humans. But here's the real breakthrough. This approach can be adapted into various other diseases also. And it's a very versatile and powerful alternative, one that could change the game in both healthcare and agriculture industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Megat Hamzah, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Rachel Yong Yuan Mei with her presentation, The Digital Hawker Food Trail, Cultural Mapping for Tourism Visibility. Please welcome.
What makes food destinations stand out? Some might say taste, tradition, or history. Yet in today's tourism landscape, visibility means survivability. Taman Selera in PJ Old Town, one of the oldest hawker centers in Petaling Jaya, showcases this challenge. Since the 1960s, it has brought generations together as hawkers perfected recipes and families shared lasting memories over meals. However, newspaper reports show that Taman Selera and the town itself are struggling to remain relevant. To understand why, we conducted interviews and focus groups. We found that many hawkers don't have the digital skills to promote themselves. Residents feel nostalgic but don't know how to help. Meanwhile, tourists chase after viral food trends overlooking hidden gems. Even marketing experts see potential, but worry about sustaining digital engagement without strategic support. Our solution, the Digital Hawker Food Trail, a cultural mapping project that showcases diverse Malaysian stores under one roof. Through qualitative data of our research, we highlight each store's heritage, specialty dishes, and cultural significance. Definitely, this map will support broader tourism strategies in collaboration with Tourism Selangor, helping Taman Selera to stand alongside modern food destinations. This is because by spotlighting our hawker centers, this pilot project can help build public interest and also personal pride. Definitely, it shows how aging destinations can adapt to tourism trends while keeping their heritage alive. Soon, when people search online for hawker experiences, they won't have to rely on scattered reviews or random luck. Instead, they will easily discover places like Taman Selera, putting it back on the map. After all, hawkers also contribute to the local economy. As Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar, our Prime Minister, has said, let's not forget about hawkers in the push for progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel, for the presentation. Next, let's have Ms. Sadat Elutola Babalola on the stage with the presentation Combating Sulfonylurea Resistance in Clidemia hirta in Malaysian Oil Palm Plantations. Please welcome.
Of course, most of us know that Malaysia is the second largest producer of oil palm. They produce palm oil, the golden oil which feeds billions of people and fuel industry across the world. However, palm oil production in Malaysia is being threatened by a silent invader, Clidemia hirta. Clidemia hirta is an aggressive plant that has not only invaded the plantations, but has also rendered one of the most effective herbicides, sulfonylureas, useless. The result, higher costs for farmers, lower crop yields, a loss of biodiversity, and a tough battle to maintain Malaysia's position as a global top palm oil producer. Furthermore, the tropical climate of Malaysia enables this weed to thrive, allowing resistance to spread even faster. Understanding how Clidemia hirta deflects herbicide is crucial to combating its resistance. Therefore, I investigated resistance in Clidemia hirta using in the lab and in the greenhouse. My study confirmed that Clidemia hirta is truly resistant to sulfonylureas. This is because it possesses an incredible ability to quickly break down herbicides. Clidemia hirta is just like a person with a super fast metabolism. They rapidly digest this herbicide before they simply have any chance to work at all. So instead of getting sick and dying, they survive and spread, causing great harm in the plantations. But there is hope. With the knowledge from my research, plantation farmers or owners can actually adopt better strategies such as the integrated weed management. Also, the agrochemical companies can develop more effective herbicide that would work on tough and resistant weeds. Then lastly, policymakers can also promote laws that would, can also create laws that would promote healthy and sustainable practices in plantations. My research isn't just about understanding a weed, Clidemia hirta. It is more about securing the future of Malaysian agriculture. Understanding the mechanism of resistance is crucial in combating it. So with this, we can protect the environment, the crop itself, that's the oil palm, this economy, while ensuring that Malaysia remains a global leader in agriculture now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadat Elutola Babalola, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Nabila Adlina binti Nasruddin with her presentation From Waste to Insecticide, Harnessing Lime Peel Essential Oil in Household Diffuser to Combat Aedes aegypti. Please welcome.
Imagine you're enjoying a warm evening, having a sippy cup of tea, but the sudden buzz of Aedes mosquitoes is an unwanted guest. Literally, they suck. They bite us, make us itch, but more than that, they transmit deadly disease across the globe, including dengue. In a year, over 14 million cases fall victim to dengue in Malaysia. That's nearly half of the country's population today. Now, you're probably thinking how to control this issue. Yes, by personal protection measures. We are all familiar with typical mosquito insecticides in the market, such as mosquito coils, lotions, aerosol spray, you name it, which are highly effective but filled with dangerous consequences since it's from chemicals. Now, what if you could turn the tide around using a plant-based option? What I developed is a household diffuser for personal protection measures using lime peel essential oil to fight these mosquitoes. I tested the essential oil using WHO topical method by dropping a little amount of this essential oil on the thorax of the mosquito with various consultations. And 24 hours after the treatment, the mortality rate were observed. The results? Voila! It was fascinating that this essential oil can be claimed to cause death even at the lowest concentration. This lime peel essential oil contains a powerful compound called D-limonene, which disrupts mosquitoes' nervous system, causing paralysis and ultimately death. You might wonder why mosquitoes can fly through the rain. That's due to their water-resistant exoskeleton. But with this D-limonene found in the lime peel essential oil, it breaks down the waxy coating on the body surface of a mosquito, causing suffocation. With these remarkable properties in mind, I will develop into a household diffuser and will put to test in a simulation living room in the final phase. This development of household diffuser harnessing lime peel essential oil holds great promise, and let me tell you why. First, it is a plant-based option, non-toxic to humans. Second, it is economically cost-effective, whereby we're using waste from peel of lime. Lastly, it creates an aromatherapy experience, turning your home into a cozy spa. And picturing this is a perfect blend of comfort and practicality. So in the end, let's buy, let's try. Hence, you can enjoy back to have your sippy cup of tea, watching Netflix, and enjoying the soothing aroma fills in the air without any disturbances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nabila Adlina. Next, let's call upon Mr. Mahir Talal Muhammad with his presentation, The Power of Optimization, Smarter Neural Healthcare. Please welcome.
Imagine you are at the doctor's office, waiting anxiously for your test results. Even before you see the results, you have that concern. Sorry for that. That's why AI in healthcare must be as accurate as possible. Neural networks are powerful tools for disease diagnosis. However, their training is challenging. Traditional training methods often get stuck in local optima. We introduced a better way to train a neural network using a nature-inspired coyote optimization algorithm. Coyotes are intelligent and social animals collaborating and sharing knowledge to survive. My algorithm mimics this behavior to train neural network. So we mimics the coyote's life to optimize the neural network in order to the disease diagnosis. Does it work? Yes. We tested on 5 medical data sets and compared with 8 advanced methods. It achieved the highest on 3 data sets and the best of performance on 4 out of 5 data sets. So what does this mean in the future? By learning from nature, we can make AI more reliable. That's why AI in healthcare must be as accurate as possible. And that is our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahir Talal Muhammad, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Amira Hani binti Ramli with her presentation, Fighting a Modern Infection, Overcoming Drug-Resistant Candida auris. Please welcome.
Imagine you are going to the hospital to get a simple treatment, but ended up you catch an infection and even the doctors cannot treat you. So, and the worst case is, it could kill you. And this is happening around the world, and it is caused by this bad guy here, the deadly Candida auris. Okay. The danger of this guy is actually, it spreads easily in hospitals, sticks to human skin without showing any symptoms, and hides on surfaces and can stay for weeks. But the thing is, once it enters your body, it can cause a deadly infections. And in most cases, up to 60% of infected patients die. So, why is it so dangerous? This bad guy is actually smart and adaptable. And also, it can survive harsh environments and conditions. It forms a biofilms, which is a protective layers that make it hard to fight. And to make things worse, all strains are found to be resistant to almost all antifungals and antibiotics available. So this is where my research comes in. As a medicinal chemist, or in this case, the good guy, I studied a new class of compounds, which is we call as XA compounds. And we are the first to study these compounds against Candida auris. And the results are quite promising. XA compounds are found to be effective against even the most resistant strains and are even more effective than the standard drugs. XA compounds can kill within 24 hours of exposure and weaken the biofilms, making more vulnerable to treatments. Importantly, XA compounds are resistant to the efflux pump, meaning they can stay longer in the fungal cell and increasing their effectiveness to kill the Candida auris. And here is the best part. XA compounds are found to be deadly against Candida auris, but it is safe to human use. Candida auris is a smart and adaptable killer, but with the right science and XA compounds as our weapons, we can fight these fungal infections and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amira Hani binti Ramli, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Chu Zaiwei with her presentation, A Natural Solution for Alzheimer's. Please welcome.
Imagine losing the ability to recognize your loved one, forgetting your own name, or being unable to perform simple daily tasks like dressing yourself or using a phone. This is the heartbreaking reality for over 55 million people worldwide living with Alzheimer's disease, and the numbers are rising. Alzheimer's doesn't just affect memory, it robs people of their independence, dignity, and ability to connect with the world. Despite decades of research, there is no cure, and current treatment only slows the symptom. But what if I told you that a common plant, papaya, could offer a new hope? Imagine your brain as a city and neurons as the hardworking citizens that carry information and provide connection all over the city. In Alzheimer's, harmful protein called amyloid beta build up like toxic waste, polluting the city and harming the citizens. And this damage is worsened by a protein channel called TRPM2, which acts like a faulty water system. Normally, this TRPM2 will help to regulate calcium flow, but in Alzheimer's, it goes haywire, flooding neurons with too much of calcium and causing cell death. Now, you might wonder, if amyloid beta is the toxic waste causing the problem, why not just clean it up? Well, researchers have tried, but removing amyloid beta is incredibly challenging. It's like trying to clean up a city that keeps producing more waste every day. Instead, my research focuses on protecting the citizens, which are the neurons, by fixing the faulty water system. And that's where papaya leaves come in. Papaya leaves are packed with powerful natural compounds that could help to modulate TRPM2, stopping the calcium flood and protecting the neurons from damage. In other words, while we can't stop the toxic waste yet, papaya leaf could give neurons the tools to withstand it. To explore this, we first need to find out which papaya compounds can bind to TRPM2 and potentially restore its function. To do that, I use a method called molecular docking, a computer simulation that predicts how well these compounds can bind to TRPM2, like testing which key might fit and fix it. So among the 70 compounds tested, a type of antioxidant called flavonoid shows strong binding to the TRPM2, suggesting that could fix the faulty water system and protect neurons from damage. So next, I will extract this compound from papaya leaf and test them in the lab to confirm their protective effects. So if successful, this research could lead to an affordable and plant-based treatment to slow or even prevent Alzheimer's progression. Imagine a future where something as simple as a leaf could offer hopes to millions of families worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu Zaiwei, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Natasha Razak with her presentation, Development of Dark Tourism in Malaysia. Please welcome.
Okay, so I'm sure that all of you have heard about Taj Mahal, about pyramids in Giza, about Hiroshima Memorial Site, Auschwitz, Chu Chi tunnels in Vietnam, right? So what do all those places have in common? So it's about death, about tragedy, about suffering, about loss, and they're commonly known as dark tourism places. There is one strange part here. Malaysians, when they do travel abroad, they do visit this kind of site as a culturally significant, historically significant and must-see places. But when they are in Malaysia, they are not visiting. They are avoiding visiting. Why it is so? So this was one of my research questions. And the other one was what are actually tourism authorities in Malaysia thinking about future of dark tourism, further development, and eventually promotion of those sites. So in order to obtain those answers, I conducted 65 interviews all over Malaysia with 3 different groups of people, and the results really surprised me. So the tourism authorities didn't say no to dark tourism. They just say the name is really ugly. It's really dark. Why it's so dark? So why we cannot call it heritage tourism or something like this? So not all heritage is dark. And to make more interesting this conversation, I introduced the nudge theory to my research. So nudge theory is all about creating the environment so that the people in non-aggressive way, they choose the option that we want them to choose. So does it really work among Malaysians? So tourism authorities, tourism stakeholders in general, they say it works, it can work, it can really help people to shift the public opinion, and why not? So what does the public think about that? So people are not opposing it. Okay, they are saying we want to go to the places if the places are safe and if the story is told as it is, without changing it. Though the authorities are very concerned about political issues because of the war-related sites. Also, many people thought it was about paranormal activities, about ghost tourism, which is not true. It's paranormal tourism is only one typology of dark tourism. Okay, so what do we have here? We have an untapped product that can bring that can interest Malaysians to learn about their own history, to promote educational tourism, and to grow the economic sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natasha, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Mr. Lee Yang with his presentation, Trapping the Bad, Keeping the Good, Engineering a Better Hydrogen Filter. Please welcome.
Imagine standing in a busy city, surrounded by smoke and pollution. You take a deep breath. Instead of fresh air, you inhale car exhaust and factory fume. Now imagine if we have a supermass which only lets in pure oxygen and traps all the other harmful pollutants. Now, what if I told you that we need this same technology, not for air, but for clean energy? Hydrogen as a promising green fuel is being held back because we can't separate it efficiently from other pollutants such as carbon dioxide. Hydrogen could replace fossil fuel and power our houses, cars, and industry. But there's a catch.
The current global hydrogen demand has reached 97 million metric tons in 2023 and is projected to grow significantly by 2050. When hydrogen is being produced, it comes mixed with carbon dioxide gas, just like pollution in the air. So separating them is inefficient and expensive, therefore slowing down our clean energy revolution. We definitely need a better filter to let hydrogen in and blocks carbon dioxide effectively. Scientists nowadays have come out a new material called as ZIF, Z-I-F. ZIF-8 is just like a sponge with large holes. It lets everything through, including carbon dioxide gas. On the other hand, ZIF-7 can effectively block carbon dioxide, making it better at separation. But there's another catch. It's very difficult to make because it requires high temperature and toxic solvent. So neither of these materials are considered the ideal solution for this case. Therefore, in my PhD study, I come up with a hybrid filter which is the perfect balance between ZIF-8 and ZIF-7, so-called as ZIF-7-8. Think of it as a superfine mesh sieve, carefully allowing only hydrogen to pass through while blocking most of the passage of carbon dioxide gas. And its synthesis method is now even easier than ZIF-7. So how about the results of my hybrid filter? My hybrid filter has successfully increased the hydrogen purity by 43% compared to the existing materials, and it still allows high gas flow, meaning cheaper and faster separation, and it also outperforms many research filters, which means and can be used in industrial one day. So this technology could transform how we produce clean energy. By means, hydrogen cars can become more affordable. We can produce carbon dioxide emission can be drastically reduced, and we can form a cleaner and breathable future for all of us. Just like we need clean air to breathe, we need clean hydrogen to power our future. My research tends to build the perfect filter to make that possible. Because when you trap the bad and you keep the good, we build a greener tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Yang, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Mr. Azizi Muhammad Naim with his presentation, Precise Feed Formulation Using Non-Conventional Feedstuffs in Broiler Nutrition. Please welcome.
Very good morning to all. All of you are familiar with this beautiful tree and its main purpose of cultivation, right? It's palm oil tree and it's mainly cultivated for the production of oil. However, did you know that during the oil extraction process, large amount of byproducts also generated, such as palm kernel cake and decanter cake, that we called PKC and DC. These byproducts has two possible pathways. They either can be discarded, which may contribute to the environmental pollution, or they can repurposed efficiently. On the other hand, the cost of feed is a major challenge for broiler production. It's due to the limited availability of high-cost feed ingredients, such as corn and soybean meal. This is where my research comes in. I explored the possibility of inclusion these agro-waste in broiler nutrition. What I have done? First, I analyzed the nutritional composition of these agro-waste. But here is the key questions. Can chicken fully utilize all of the nutrient content present in the feed ingredients? Well, the answer is no. That's why digestibility matters. To assess this, I conducted a feeding trial to evaluate that how much of the nutrient content present in these agro-waste are actually digestible for broiler chickens. Next, based on the digestibility data, I formulated broiler feed using these byproducts, first separated and then in different combinations, up to 10% inclusion levels. In order to evaluate the impact of these two feed formulations, I conducted two more feeding trials or field experiments. What I have found? I discovered that these byproducts, separated or in different combinations, can be safely included to feed at 4 to 6% inclusion levels without negative effects on broiler growth, production, and health. If we come to the practical implications of my work, do you know how much of the total cost of broiler production spent on feed? It's 75%, while the remaining 25% cover other expenses. So the precise breed formulations developed in my research will be shared with farmers and industries. It will contribute to reduce the dependency on high-cost feed ingredients, such as corn and oil, which are in direct competition with human food. So definitely, it will make broiler meat more affordable. Additionally, it will enhance farmer profitability and reduce environmental pollution by efficient use of these byproducts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Azizi Muhammad Naim. Next, let's call upon Fatin Farhana binti Baharudin with her presentation, Why Your Whitening Skincare Might Be Harming You and How Science Can Fix It. Please welcome.
Would you ever put bleach on your face? No. So why toxic chemicals are still being used in many whitening products nowadays? Many whitening products nowadays contain toxic chemicals such as hydroquinone, mercury, and steroids. These toxic chemicals provide whitening fast results, but however, it comes with a dangerous effect, which is skin damage, organ failure, and cancer risk. All these chemicals are still being used in whitening products nowadays, and they are easily widely promoted in social medias nowadays. So this is the reality of many whitening products nowadays. So my project here is to formulate people, provide people with a safe and effective product that truly works by forming a non-toxic whitening serum that uses nanostructure lipid carrier, or NLC. So think of NLC as a delivery truck that is made from fat-based carrier that protects and enhances the active ingredient in making the serum to be more stabilized and effective. So the results, better absorption, longer lasting effects, and no harmful effects. Even better, my serum will be using our patented active ingredient that is proven to be safe and provides 70% of whitening effect. Right now, I am in the phase of being a master chef in finding the perfect recipe and formulating it into a NLC formulation. This serum will be testing its whitening effect and testing its toxicity effects. So what's the point of having a whitening effect, but it's not 100% safe, right? So with this breakthrough, science has the power to revolutionize skincare. We don't need toxic chemicals just to achieve beauty. So imagine a future where beauty doesn't come with risk, just a safe and effective product that truly works. So the next time you want to pick a product, ask yourself, is it really safe for your skin, or science offering a better way? Because beauty should never be dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatin Farhana, for the presentation. Next, let's invite our very last presenter for today, Ms. Teng Yun, with her presentation, Mind Your Words, How Hedges Shape Communication and Build Trust in Academic Writing. Please welcome.
Hi, imagine this. You are writing your thesis or research paper, and you are stuck. How strongly should you present your claims? Should you sound confident, conscious, or somewhere in between? You are not alone. This is a common dilemma for researchers around the world. The strategy we use to balance assertiveness and caution is called hedging. Hedging expressions, for example, like probably, possibly, maybe, arguably, helped us to present our ideas responsibly. It also let us acknowledge uncertainties, stay humble, and keep our writing credible and objective. However, the interesting part, not everyone had the same way. In my PhD research, I explored the hedges how to use in the linguistics and engineering, especially electrical engineering, focusing on the introduction and conclusion sections of doctoral dissertations and research articles, 2 dimensions, cross-genre and cross-discipline. After analyzing 100 academic tests, I found clear differences. Linguistic scholars hedge more. They use hedges to explain interpretation and complexity. Engineers, on the other hand, hedge less. They tend to clarity and direct facts. I also discovered doctoral dissertations use more hedges than research articles. Why? Because dissertations often explore new territory, where the caution is key. But I didn't stop at what. The why matters too. For example, factors like audience expectations, disciplinary norms, writing goals all influence the authors how to use hedge. Finally, the takeaway, understanding how and when to hedge leads to a clearer, more impactful academic writing, no matter your field. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Teng Yun for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our final presentation for today's hits. We now invite our esteemed judges to proceed to the holding room to finalize the scores. And participants, please remain seated as the judges deliberate and select the 12 finalists who will be advancing to the university finals this evening. Thank you.
seperti ini aku berdiri, melangkah mula dan terus berlari, mengejar visi, menggenggam misi. Puncak megah ingin ku tawani, dengan ilmu aku berbakti, julang tradisi, unggulkan varsity. Ayu semadi hati, katakan ini, we love you BM, we love you BM. Kau sentiasa di hati, kaulah inspirasi. Ayo berlari, menggapai visi, berilmu berbakti. Oh yeah, we love you BM, we love you BM. Kau sentiasa di hati, kaulah inspirasi. Ayo berlari, menggapai visi, berilmu berbakti. Di varsity ini aku berdiri, melangkah mula dan terus berlari, mengejar visi, menggenggam misi. Puncak megah ingin ku tawani, dengan ilmu aku berbakti, julang tradisi, unggulkan varsity. Ayu semadi hati, katakan ini, we love you BM, we love you BM. Kau sentiasa di hati, kaulah inspirasi. Ayo berlari, menggapai misi, berilmu berbakti. Oh yeah, we love you BM, we love you BM. Kau sentiasa
for those who are for those who are still outside, please come into the auditorium because we're about to start. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The results are now in. We are pleased to announce the top 12 finalists who will be advancing to the university finals this evening. But before that, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed adjudicators for their time and dedication today. Hence, to present a token of appreciation, we would like to invite Mrs. Norhazwani Hassan, Deputy Registrar of the School of Graduate Studies, to do the honors. Please welcome. First, we would like to invite the Chief Adjudicator, Professor Dr. Sharmili Vidyadharan, to the stage. Next, let's invite Professor Geospatialist Dr. Shaiful Jahari Hashim to the stage. And last but not least, we have Professor Dr. Norhazwani Ismail. Thank you, Mrs. Norhazwani Hassan, for presenting the tokens. Before we announce the results, let's invite the head of the adjudicating panel to share a brief feedback on the overall performance of our participants today. Following that, she will also announce the list of the 12 finalists who will be advancing from today's hits. Once again, please welcome Professor Dr. Sharmili Vidyadharan to the stage.
Thank you very much, Mistress of Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone, especially the participants. Great job. I'm just wondering whether I should limit my brief to 3 minutes, which I know I can't. You have a much harder job than me. Firstly, a few very quick but important thank yous. SGS, as always, the registrar is here. Your team always does an excellent job. It's not an easy competition to organize. Thank you very much for always making it a joy to judge and also ease the competition for the participants. And my fellow adjudicators, it's been a pleasure to judge the session today with you. Right, so a briefing first, a debrief, and then you're right, so the suspense remains. 3 minutes, it's much easier to speak for an hour than to concise, blood, sweat, and tears into 3 minutes, right? It's an almost impossible task. And perhaps non-participants may not realize, but it's so nuanced, right? You have to pitch, you have to attract, but at the same time, you have to be scientifically accurate. So it's incredibly difficult, and it's a complete cliche, but everybody who participated today in the heats is an absolute winner in our eyes. Yeah, so a round of applause for all of you. I cannot imagine what last night must have felt like. Did anyone sleep? Now, just a couple of reminders about what the 3MT is, started in Queensland and so on. But the whole idea of 3MT is, yes, to a certain extent, it's an elevator pitch, but also as scientists, we have the responsibility, all of us are scientists, right? Social science and also life sciences. If you're doing a postgraduate degree, you're a scientist, right? You're approaching a problem via research and scientific methods. So scientific accuracy is really important, right, in a 3MT. Now, it is an elevator pitch, but at the same time, you have to be accurate. And what has happened in the past, not so much these days, but still important to keep in mind, is the 3MT is a competition where you are meant to present your work to an intelligent but non-expert crowd. That's the catchphrase for 3MT, right? So as participants, if you remember that catchphrase, you're all okay, by the way. Anyway, the finals is later on, right, today. So that catchphrase is important because it helps us and it reminds us to not necessarily, for want of a better word, dumb down your research too much, right? We're talking about an audience that's current, right? An audience that reads the newspaper, watches the news. So not necessarily a layman in every sense of the word, right? It's non-expert but intelligent audience, right? And most of you did a good job pitching to this format of audience. Now, just one or two comments that we arrived at together, right? The adjudicators. Sometimes, even though it's only 3 minutes, there is still an element of missed opportunity, right? Where the beginning is shiny, the end is shiny, but because nonetheless it is based on research, science, and a postgraduate experience, we're missing the nitty-gritty. We're missing a little bit of study design, a little bit of detail on the tools you used, what did the questionnaire look like, so on and so forth. So there's sometimes that element of missed opportunity, which perhaps in the national competition later can be buffered a little bit by the Q&A session. All right, so perhaps the Q&A is a nice idea where if there's a missed opportunity within your 3 minutes, if the right question is posed to you, then you can sort of, circumvent that matter. I think the only other thing I want to say, because I'm very aware that this is not a preliminary competition. This is the heats and the finals is this afternoon. So there's no room for corrections. You don't need corrections. There's no room for corrections. Go on, the 12 of you, to do a wonderful job. But the last thing I want to say is the nature of 3MT brings out our competitiveness, right? I was a relatively young student some years ago, and yeah, these kind of competitions can really bring out animalistic instincts. To those of you who make it and don't make it to the finals, I hope that in a week's time and beyond, you will look back at 3MT with a lot of fondness, and I hope you remind yourself that it's a bit of fun, right? Yes, we have an assessment form. Yes, we're looking at rubrics, and yes, we want scientific accuracy, yada, yada, yada. But please look back on today as a day of fun where you met lots of new friends, right? And then some of you just happened to move on to the finals and the nationals. Congratulations, all of you. And so the 12 finalists that will make it to the afternoon session, by no specific order, yeah? Zaulina, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication. Perhaps you can stand up so we are reminded who you are. Yeah? Vigneswari Palanimutu from the School of Business and Economics. Norhazwani Abdul Malik from Faculty of Engineering. Solar panels. Megat Hamza Megat Mazhar Khair from Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences. Mariam Jamila Muhammad Fairuz from Institute of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, Azizi Muhammad Naim, Faculty of Agriculture, PKC, Azul Afiq Azmi Murad from Faculty of Science, well done. Risha Priya, anak perempuan Raja Sega from the Faculty of Science. Chu Zaiwei from Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences, Alzheimer's. Teng Yun from Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication. Sadat Alutullah Babalola, I hope I pronounced that well enough, Faculty of Agriculture. And last but not least, Lim Chengway from the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor Sharmili, for the thoughtful comments, and congratulations to all the finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have reached the conclusion of our hits for the UPM 3 Minutes Thesis Competition. Thank you for being with us today, and congratulations to all the participants for their dedication and for presenting their ideas with passion and clarity. Well done. Before we proceed for a lunch break, we would like to request the finalists to remain in the auditorium for a short briefing. Thank you.
Finalists, please remain in the hall. I need to have a very quick and brief briefing with you.
Jom.
Balik.
Oh, dia orang balik. Jom.
Kak Fah buat apa?
Lagi ya? Tak jumpa tagging VIP ya? Jumpa satu je.
Good afternoon and a very good day to all of you. Welcome to the finals of University Putra Malaysia 3 Minutes Thesis Competition 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make several important reminders for you to take attention upon throughout today's competition. Firstly, this event will be broadcasted live on the School of Graduate Studies YouTube channel, so feel free to share them with your family and friends. Secondly, you are required to stay seated in your place and not to leave the auditorium before the event ends. Thirdly, you are required to switch off your mobile phones or switch them into silent mode throughout the event. This is to ensure that the presenter's presentation is not disrupted while being evaluated. Thank you. Announcing the arrival of Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies, and our distinguished panel of adjudicators into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem Negaraku and Putra Gemilang. Apologies for the technical issues. You may now take your seats first. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies, distinguished guests and judges, officers of University Putra Malaysia, participants of UPM's 3 Minutes Thesis 2025 competition. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the UPM's 3 Minutes Thesis 2025 competition. To seek the blessings from the Almighty to ease our event today, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Afif Saudi from the School of Graduate Studies to recite the Doa. Please welcome.
Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مباركا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا مباركا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا شكيا ولا محروما ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير اللهم طول أعمارنا وصحح أجسادنا وثبت إيماننا ووسع أرزاقنا وحسن أخلاقنا ونور قلوبنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اجعل من أهل الخير واجعل من أهل البركة واجعل من أهل المغفرة اللهم اجعل من أهل الجنة واجعل من أهل الفردوس الأعلى برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اجعل مجلسنا هذا مجلسا مباركا لأصحابنا وأهلنا وجيراننا وضيوفنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you Mr. Amirul Afif Saudi for the Doa recital. Without further ado, we would like to invite Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies, to deliver her welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good evening to all. And then it is actually that my pleasure welcome to all of the participants, to all the deputy deans, and then judges, and then all to those all who work for this. Alhamdulillah, we are truly grateful that we are gathered today with a good health, and then we are here for the 3-minute thesis. Actually, that it is not easy to present our ideas in the 3 minutes, but that it shows that it is very good that if you can present in 3 minutes with the clearly, and then with the purpose, and this continue with the objective that you want to present. I believe that this competition is actually that give a very good experience to the students, and then we are here actually that to groom our scholars. Okay, and then from this ceremony, from these competitions, is actually that we prepare at the national level and at the international level at Queensland. So I don't want to delay so many words with my welcoming speech, but I'm actually that want to take this opportunity on behalf of the secretariats to congratulate to all the participants, and then to congratulate to all the audience here. And then I just that want to say something to all the participants that say clearly, rise up what is your research, and then you should proud that what you are talking about. No matter what this is, either win or not, is not important. The important is your present here. It is actually that really something should be proud of. With that, thank you so much for all your participants here. And then I sudahi dengan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rusmawati, for the remarks. Dear participants, a competition is incomplete without its judges. Let's introduce to you the 4 esteemed judges for our university finals this evening. Firstly, we have the head of the adjudicating panel. We have Associate Professor Dr. Moniza Wahid. Associate Professor Dr. Moniza is a senior lecturer at the Department of Communication, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, UPM, specializing in political communication. She teaches political communication and diplomacy, rhetorical criticism, and introduction to mass communication. Her public speaking journey began in childhood, winning her first competition at age 7. She actively participated in debates and represented UPM in international tournaments as a debater and adjudicator. In 2006, Cosmo named her Asia's youngest adjudicator, ranking her among Australasia's top 20. She trained in speech writing at Bursa, Malaysia, and the United Nations HQ, New York. From 2021 to 2022, she served as a speechwriter for the Minister of Higher Education. Next up, we have Professor Technologist Dr. Hidayah Arifin. Professor Technologist Dr. Hidayah Arifin is a professor, Deputy Dean and Head of the Biorefinery Complex at the Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences, UPM. Her research focuses on biomass valorization, lignocellulosic materials, biopolymers, and bio-nanomaterials with emphasis on sustainable nanomaterials from oil palm biomass. A consultant for local and international companies, she also serves as a resource expert for government and private agencies. She has published more than 130 high-impact research articles with H-index 38, developed 8 IP-protected technologies, and commercialized 2 innovations. She is an editorial board member of the ASM Science Journal and a consultancy advisory panelist for UPM Consultancy and Services Sendirian Berhad. Actively engaged in TAPI Nano Division, she is the vice chair of the Nanomaterial Production Subcommittee and a member of the Asian Federation of Biotechnology. Then we have Associate Professor Dr. Radia Shukri. Associate Professor Dr. Radia Shukri is a Faculty of Food Science and Technology member at University Putra Malaysia and a 2017 Vice Chancellor Fellowship Award recipient. An expert in carbohydrate technology and a strong advocate for science communication, she was a famed Lab 2015 finalist under the British Council. She actively contributes to UPM committees, focusing on innovative teaching strategies and MOOC assessments, while sharing her expertise with her academic community. And last but not least, Dr. Mohana Priya Sinaraja. Mohana Priya Sinaraja is an English news presenter with RTM and a HRDF certified trainer with 18 years of experience in broadcast journalism. She has worked in radio and TV editorial, live crossovers, and special reports, previously serving as a news writer and a presenter at Astro. She has covered major events like Formula One, Asian Summit, SEA Games, general elections, and the Indian Ocean tsunami. A former Miss Malaysia Indian Global winner, she actively inspired young women through community work. In professional communications, an MBA graduate, she specializes in digital and crisis communications, personal enhancement, and volunteer engagement. She lectures at Asia Pacific University, trains Malaysian Armed Forces personnel in crisis communications, and is currently working on a UNDP environmental awareness project for youth. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our 3 main winners, we also have the People's Choice Award, which will be determined entirely by the votes of our audience and supporters. Therefore, we encourage you to share the QR code displayed on the screen with your friends and family, allowing them to vote for their favorite presenter. The poll will remain open until the end of this finals competition. Please note that the People's Choice Award is a totally different, totally separate recognition and will not be included in the main award rankings. That being said, let's begin today's competition by inviting our very first presenter for the day, Chu Zaiwei, with her presentation, A Natural Solution for Alzheimer's. Please welcome.
Imagine losing the ability to recognize your loved one, forgetting your own name, or being unable to perform simple daily tasks like dressing yourself or using a phone. This is the heartbreaking reality for over 55 million people worldwide living with Alzheimer's disease, and the numbers are rising. Alzheimer's doesn't just affect memory, it robs people of their independence, dignity, and ability to connect with the world. Despite decades of research, there is no cure, and current treatment only slows the symptom. But what if I told you that a common plant, papaya, could offer a new hope? Imagine your brain as a city and neurons as the hardworking citizens that carry information and provide connection all over the city. In Alzheimer's, harmful protein called amyloid beta build up like toxic waste, polluting the city and harming the citizens. And this damage is worsened by a protein channel called TRPM2, which acts like a faulty water system. So normally, this TRPM2 helps to regulate calcium flow. But in Alzheimer's, it goes haywire, flooding neurons with too much of calcium and causing cell death. Now, you might wonder, if amyloid beta is the toxic waste causing the problem, why not just clean it out? Well, researchers have tried, but removing amyloid beta is incredibly challenging. It's like trying to clean up a city that keeps producing more waste every day. Instead, my research focuses on protecting the citizens, which are the neurons, by fixing the faulty water system. And that's where papaya leaves come in. So papaya leaves are packed with powerful natural compounds that could help to modulate TRPM2, stopping the calcium floods and also protecting neurons from damage. So in other words, while we can't stop the toxic waste yet, papaya leaf could give neurons the tools to withstand it. To explore this, we first need to find out which papaya compounds can bind to TRPM2 and potentially restore its function. To do that, I use a method called molecular docking, a computer simulation that predicts how well these compounds can bind to TRPM2. Like testing which key might fit and fix it. Among the 7 compounds tested, a type of antioxidant called flavonoid shows strong binding to TRPM2, suggesting that could fix the water system and protect the neurons from damage. Next, I will extract this compound from papaya leaf and test them in the lab to confirm their protective effect. If successful, this research could lead to an affordable plant-based treatment to stop or even prevent Alzheimer's disease, Alzheimer's progression. So imagine a future where something as simple as a leaf could offer hopes to millions of families worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu Zaiwei. We will now proceed with the Q&A session.
Hi, Ms. Chu Zaiwei. I have one question based on your presentation. It's more like a clarification. Can you please tell me whether your research is actually going to to deter Alzheimer from happening at all, or is it going to slow down the progression? Is it a prevention, or is it just a method of slowing down the progression of the disease?
I'm trying to find a compound that could help to prevent Alzheimer's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Chu Zaiwei. Next, let's have Megat Hamzah bin Megat Mazhar Khair with his presentation, Antibiotic Resistance and its Alternative. Please welcome.
Whenever we get sick, have you ever wondered? Sorry. Whenever we get sick, have you ever wondered why the doctors always tell us to finish our medicine? Well, it's because the medicine, specifically antibiotics, is a very powerful killer of bad bacteria. But here's the problem. Sometimes the bad bacteria can adapt or evolve over time to resist these antibiotics. When that happens, the antibiotics no longer works. And this, ladies and gentlemen, what we call the rise of antibiotic resistance bacteria or superbugs. So, superbugs is a huge global health concern. In fact, a report that came out last November estimated that more than 80,000 Malaysians could die from superbugs infection by 2030. That's a staggering number if you ask me. So where do these superbugs come from? Ironically, they actually come from the hospitals or the agriculture industry, where antibiotics are often misused. So, if the antibiotics are becoming less and less effective, are there any other alternatives? So, this is where the interesting part gets. We are investigating two crucial components. The first one is this teeny tiny looking spaceship robot called phages, and the other one is probiotics or good bacteria, as you might already know. First, let's talk about probiotics. First, let's talk about the phages. Phages is the most abundant organisms on Earth, with around 10 to the power of 31 phages out there. That's like 10 million trillion phages. So, similar to what an alien spaceship does, phages can float around, and then eventually it will land on the surface of bacteria and inject its DNA into the bacteria to take full control. In just a couple hours, the bacteria will self-destruct and burst open. But what about probiotics? It can produce natural products that naturally can inhibit the growth of harmful bacteria. You can find it in cheese, yogurt, and all sorts of probiotic drinks. So what we want to do here is we want to combine those together through genetic engineering. So we want to insert the phage DNA into the probiotics to make a super enhanced probiotic that has the double killing capacity on the bad bacteria. What's exciting about this is that the bad bacteria can't really evolve after that because the killing mechanism is really complex. And our results so far are very promising against a bacterium called Streptococcus agalactiae, which is a bacterium that causes disease in fish, cows, and humans. But here's a real breakthrough. This approach can actually be applied to fight other kinds of bacterial infections too. It's a very versatile and potent alternative, one that could change the game in both healthcare and agriculture industry. Thank you.
Hi, I just have a question on the methodology. How do you insert the phages into the probiotics? How does that happen?
So basically, since the probiotics actually is a bacteria that is covered with cell wall, which is very tough, we need to remove the outer layer first of the probiotics, and then we extract the DNA of the phages, and we transform the probiotics to accept the DNA. So after the probiotics get the DNA information, it will make the fish material or fish proteins that can kill the bad bacteria.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? And thank you very much to Mr. Magat for the presentation. We'll now proceed to the third presenter, Ms. Teng Yun, with her presentation, Mind Your Words, How Hedges Shape Communication and Build Trust in Academic Writing. Please welcome.
Hi, imagine this. When you are writing your thesis or research paper, how strongly present your claims? Should you sound confident, conscious, or somewhere in between? Luckily, you are not alone. This is a common dilemma for researchers around the world. The strategy we use to balance assertiveness and caution is called hedging. Hedging strategy expressions, for example, probably, possibly, maybe, clearly, allow us to present our ideas responsibility. And also, it can help us to acknowledge uncertainties, stay humble, and keep our writing credible and objective. However, the interesting part is that not everyone hedges the same way. In my PhD research, I explored how hedges differ in the scholars between linguistics and electrical engineers, especially focusing on the introduction and conclusion sections for doctoral dissertations and research articles, actually from two dimensions, cross-genre and cross-discipline. After analyzing 100 academic tests, I found clear differences. Linguistic scholars hedge more. They use hedges to express complexity and interpretation. Engineers, on the other hand, they hedge less. They favor to clarity and direct facts. I also discovered that doctoral dissertations include more hedges than research articles. Why? Because doctoral dissertations tend to explore new territory where caution is the key. I didn't stop at what, why the matters too. For example, factors like experience, the audience expectations, disciplinary norms, and also writing goals all influence the how authors hedge. Finally, the takeaway, how and when to hedge leads to a clearer and impactful academic writing. Thank you.
Hi. I have one question for you, Deng Jun.
Yeah.
Can you very simply explain to us what is hedging?
What is hedging? Hedging is like one linguistic strategy used in our daily life or in writing, academic writing. For example, maybe, possibly, accordingly, like that kind of words, to express your uncertainties, or sometimes to keep our claims objective, because we didn't know everything clearly, accurately. So hedging strategy, yeah. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, among all of these, different fields, which ones normally prefer to use hedging, like the science or the social science, or which field do you think that they would use hedging?
Yeah.
Best.
Okay. Actually, in my PhD research, I focused on the soft and hard science, and I found soft linguistic, for example, and hard science, that is electrical engineering. I found the data used for hedging. Linguistic researchers use more because they always use to express complexity and not sure or interpretation language. But hard science, engineering, they would like to put directly, and also clarity is their final result. So not hiding a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deng Chun, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Norhazwani binti Abdul Malik with her presentation, Maxine-based nanofluid for solar PV cooling system. Please welcome.
Hello, I'm from the Faculty of Engineering. When I first came to the faculty, I saw many floating solar panels in front of the faculty buildings. I also read somewhere that there are many other buildings in UPM that have been installed with solar PV. So, this solar PV, I believe that some of you know that this solar PV is used to absorb the sunlight, and the energy from the sunlight is then converted into electricity. But do you know that not all sunlight is converted into electricity? A part of it is converted into heat. So this heat is either dissipated or trapped in the solar panels. So what happens if there's too much heat trapped? The solar panels will get overheated and its performance will drop. Imagine if you walk under the sun on a hot sunny day. After a while, you get thirsty and tired easily. So the overheated solar panels, we can actually remove the heat and put it somewhere else. This concept is the same as solar thermal system. If we combine the solar PV panel and solar thermal system in one system, we get a new system that is called as a PVT system. In this system, the fluid that flows at the back of the panel is used to absorb the heat and transfer it for other thermal use. But there is another problem. The conventional fluids that are normally used like water, oils, and glycols, they have some other challenges that hinders more absorption of heat. So, in the literature, many scholars have suggested on the use of an alternative fluid, which is nanofluid. In our work, we have developed a novel nanofluid by mixing a small amount of magazine nanoparticles into a conventional fluid. As a result, we obtain improvement in its properties. For example, the thermal conductivity and specific heat capacity is higher compared to the base fluid. Why are these properties important? Because the higher the values of these properties, more heat can be absorbed and transferred. And we apply this novel nanofluid in the PVT system, and we obtain a reduction in the PV temperature, leading to enhancement in its performance. So this is good, right? So the overall efficiency, the maximum value is 80% higher than the system that uses conventional fluid. This is a promising solution for cooling in solar PV. It could also be used for other thermal energy systems. And imagine if we can also integrate this into the solar PV that is installed in UPM. Remember, better thermal management in renewable energy system will enhance clean and sustainable energy. That's all from me. Thank you.
Azwani, I have one question related to your research. You mentioned about the use of nanoparticle for the production of nanofluid. Yeah, I would like to get your opinion because usually when you add nanoparticle, it usually will increase the price. Yeah, and as we know, PV solar is not that cheap. So, what do you think? What happened to the cost of PV solar if you are introducing nanoparticle in the production?
All right. Yeah, we know that when we add something into the fluid, it will actually increase the cost. However, as I mentioned that it's only small amount of these magazine nanoparticles, it can increase the properties of these conventional fluids. And then the improvement in terms of efficiency, that will bring you more money. All right. And also, if the solar panel is overheated, the lifespan also will be reduced. So this can actually increase its lifespan. So that's also another advantage. Thank you. Another question?
Thank you for that presentation. How far along are you in your research, Norhazwani?
So far, I have actually have produced the nanofluids and have done the thermophysical properties measurements, and then done some optimizations, and I applied into the PVT systems and got the good result that I've shown. Then I think that's it. All the objectives have been met, and currently I'm going to submit my thesis soon, and hopefully can go for the viva, and that's it. And I've published 3 papers already. All right.
Thank you, Norhazwani binti Abdul Malik, for the presentation. Now, let's invite Ms. Lim Chengway with his present. Are you ready? Okay. Sorry. Again. Let's call upon Mr. Lim Chengway with his presentation, Reverting Cognitive Deficits and Neurogenic to Gliogenic Shift in TS1 CJE Mice Brains by Targeting JAK-STAT Signaling. Please welcome.
Any one of you who has ever met someone with Down syndrome know that they have trouble remembering things, they have trouble learning things, and sometimes even doing day-to-day tasks. Down syndrome individuals suffer from intellectual disability, whereby they have an IQ of around 50. And this has something to do with a very bizarre way in which their brain develops. You see, in normal brain development, we have a type of stem cell that is responsible to produce all the other cell types in the brain. On one hand, we have the thinking cells, the neurons, and on the other hand, the supporting cells, astrocytes. Now, astrocytes, they don't really do much of the thinking, and sometimes when they are overactivated, they tend to cause brain damage. What happens in normal brain development is that we strike a balance between neurons versus astrocytes number. But in the brain of Down syndrome individuals, the stem cells are way too committed to produce astrocytes at the expense of not producing enough neuron. And studies have shown that this phenomenon is actually caused by an overactivated pathway in the brain known as the JAK-STAT signaling. Basically, too much JAK-STAT signaling gives you too much astrocytes and not enough neuron, and that is bad. My research is based on a simple question. If we now know that JAK-STAT signaling is the culprit behind all this, can we then use a drug to tune down this JAK-STAT signaling and restore balance to the neurodevelopmental process? In my study, I'm using a drug called ruxolitinib. It is an FDA-approved inhibitor of the JAK-STAT signaling. Our group has previously shown that if you feed this drug to pregnant mice, their baby ends up much more smarter compared to their untreated counterparts because it is able to reduce the number of astrocytes in the brain. In my study, I attempt to replicate this research design but using Down syndrome mouse model. We feed ruxolitinib to mice that are pregnant with Down syndrome babies, and then we check whether feeding this drug before they are born is actually able to decrease the astrocyte number and increase the neuronal number. And more importantly, can simply just by changing the number of cells results in functional improvement, results in improvement in learning and memory. This is still a work in progress, but I would like to throw in a final disclaimer. We are not finding a cure for Down syndrome. We are not proposing that this can cure Down syndrome. But imagine the possibility of having a supplement that once taken could tremendously improve the quality of life of a children with Down syndrome. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering if there's any short-term or long-term effect of this ruxolitinib, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yes. Actually, the dosage that we are using in my study, first of all, it is an FDA-approved drug, and the dosage that has been selected by FDA for FDA-approved usage is actually shown to be non-toxic. If there is any, there will be short-term typical effects, like nausea, diarrhea, and so on. But in our experiment, we tried to decrease that even further because as we looked through the FDA report, we realized that in order for us to use it in pregnant organisms like pregnant mice and pregnant rats, the dosage needs to be decreased even further in order for it to not cause harm on the fetuses and also its baby. So at that dosage, once we have screened through everything, we realized that it does not have any observable effect. What we in pharmacology we call this the no observable effect level at 30 milligram per kilogram.
At which stage of the fetus development do you inject this drug?
Okay. Thank you for the questions. Brain development starts very, very early on, but we are we are feeding this drug to the mice when this stem cell starts to develop into both neuron and astrocytes. Typically, this happens at the second trimester. It is also the phase where you can actually start to do amniocentesis. Basically, it is also the state where you can collect sample from the mother and know whether you have a Down syndrome baby or not. So it's not wise, to take it as a preventive measure, you don't know whether your kids have Down syndrome and they decide to take that drug. So it makes more sense to start it at the second semester. In case the mother decided, detected that the kid has Down syndrome, so then the mother can decide whether they want to take that drug or not. So that's where we actually started the feeding. It's the second trimester equivalent in mice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Lim Chengway. Next, let's call upon Ms. Risha Priya, anak perempuan Raja Segar, with a presentation, A Deadly Love Potion for the Fruit Enemy. Please welcome.
Imagine eating a mango at the comfort of your home. And when you're just about to take the first bite of its juicy flesh, a tiny little worm pops out. Disgusting, right? If you want to know who's the culprit, meet the oriental fruit fly, the sworn enemy of fruit lovers and farmers alike. This pest is no joke. It lays eggs inside fruits, ruining crops and causing billions of dollars in agricultural losses annually. In fact, it has invaded more than 70 countries worldwide, making fruit fly control a global priority. One effective method to combat this pest is the male annihilation technique, or MAT, in which male flies are lured into traps using a strong male attractant called methyl eugenol, or ME, and killed using toxicants. An interesting twist about ME, it is not just an attractant, it is actually toxic to the flies. But these clever little pests have a trick up their sleeve. They can transform ME into a safer pheromone compounds that they can store in their bodies and later use it to attract females, like perfume. I call this their love potion because ME can also boost their mating success. While that's fascinating, the main problem lies in the toxicants used in MAT, such as malathion, which is not only toxic to the flies, but also to the environment. This is where my research comes in. I'm introducing saffron, a safer, naturally occurring substance that has the potential to stop the male flies from transforming ME into safer compounds. As a result, ME remains toxic and kills the male flies outright. So far, through laboratory experiments, I've discovered that saffron can kill the male flies 24 hours post-feeding on a treatment containing methyl and saffron combinations. And of course, further investigation is ongoing. But if this formula works in the field, it can be used to eliminate the male flies safely and break their reproductive cycle. Because no males means no reproduction. And that's how the story goes. Methyl and saffron, a deadly love potion for the fruit enemy, a groundbreaking solution that could revolutionize fruit fly control while protecting the environment. So next time when you enjoy your favorite food, remember that science is working behind the scenes to keep it safe and worm-free. Thank you.
Hi, Risha.
Hi.
Risha, right?
Yes, Risha.
Okay. Hi, Risha. Thanks for the presentation. I have a layman question. If we are eliminating like a male fruit fly, or if we eliminate any animal for that matter, or insect, wouldn't it mess with our ecosystem?
No, really, because these flies are actually pests and they do not actually have any biological role other than being a fruit fly pest. They are actually, they play a very small role in pollinating orchids, but not as much as bees. But because of these flies, bees are affected. As I said, they are using these organophosphates, toxicants that can kill not only the pests but also bees. So it's more important for us to conserve the bees than these pests because they only cause economic losses. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I'm just curious, this compound saffrol, is it a naturally occurring compound or is it something synthetically produced?
Yeah, it's actually naturally occurring. It is extracted from sassafras and also other plants. It is commonly found in even spices that we use in our daily lives like cinnamon, nutmeg, black pepper. So it's extracted as oil from those plants. So it's naturally occurring.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Risha. Next, let's invite Ms. Zhao Li now with her presentation, Change Your Words, Change Your World. Please welcome.
Look around you. How many people are glued to their phones right now? According to recent data, on average, a person spends 4 hours and 37 minutes on their phone every single day, checking it 58 times per day. But let me ask you, what makes you buy that smartphone? Now, imagine you're selling Malaysian durians on a Chinese e-commerce platform. How do you make your first sale? First, you have to translate your product descriptions, right? But is translation enough? No, it will screw up. Why? Because in advertising, what matters is not the product you're selling, but how you tell people you're selling. And that's where transcription comes in. Transcription isn't just translation. It's the art of adapting slogans, taglines, and other marketing materials to resonate with a specific cultural audience. It's not just about the words, it's about the essence, the tone, and the emotion. My research, by using a mixed methods approach, I first takes a deep dive into transcription in smartphone industry. Then I uncover the linguistic reasons behind it in terms of transcription strategies and deviations. And here's what I found. Transcription works, yes. It enhances customer engagement and it creates emotional connections. And it also increases purchasing intent. Besides, customers, transcriptors use a mix of methods, from cultural substitution to linguistic creative transliteration, to preserve brand identity while adapting to new markets. But here's the catch. Deviations in transcription can be a double-edged sword. If done right, they can boost brand appeal. But if done wrong, they can lead to misinterpretation, cultural backlash, and customer distrust. So that brings me back to where we started. Words matter. The way you tell your story defines how the world sees you. So I leave you with this. Change your words, change your world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolina.
Thank you.
I have one question with regards to your methodology. you mentioned that you do mixed methods, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me which types of methods were mixed together, for which phase of the research?
Specifically, it's sequential explanatory mixed methods. At the first phase, I'll use a quantitative approach. Specifically, I will use a survey to investigate the effectiveness of transcription in the smartphone marketing. That also tells us the impact of transcription on customers, not just their perceptions, but also their purchasing behaviors. And in the second phase, I'll use a qualitative content analysis together with the focus group discussion. So that's how mixed methods works.
I'm just wondering, like when you say, when it's done right, it's okay, but if it's not, can you give like some sort of example of how it's being done right and how is it being done wrong?
By saying that, I mean because deviation that can be deviate thematically and lexically. So when you translate one language to another language, it's not just the translation, it's more about the cultural nuances. If it's done right, I mean, if it resonates with the local customer, not just from semantically, but from culturally aspect, they will really love it from emotional and from the linguistic aspects. But if done wrong, it will cause cultural backlash and misunderstandings, I mean. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zaulina, for the presentation. Next, let's call upon Ms. Sadat Elutola Babalola with her presentation, Combating Sulfonylurea Resistance in Clydemia hirta in Malaysian Oil Palm Plantations. Please welcome.
I'm sure we are familiar with the fact that Malaysia is the second largest oil palm producer in the world. They produce palm oil, the golden oil which feeds nation and fuel industry across the world. However, palm oil production in Malaysia is being threatened by a silent invader, Clydemia hirta. Clydemia hirta is an aggressive plant that has not only invaded the plantations, but has also rendered one of the most effective herbicides, sulfonylureas, useless. The results? Higher costs for farmers, a lower crop yield, loss of biodiversity, and a tough battle to maintain Malaysia's position as a global top palm oil producer. Furthermore, the tropical climate of Malaysia enables Clydemia hirta to thrive, allowing resistance to spread even faster. Understanding how Clydemia hirta withstands herbicide is the first step towards combating it. Therefore, I investigated the mechanisms of resistance in Clydemia hirta using lab and greenhouse experiments. And my study confirmed that Clydemia hirta is truly resistant to sulfonylureas. This is because it possesses an incredible ability to quickly digest herbicides. Clydemia hirta can be likened to a person with a super fast metabolism. it rapidly digests this herbicide before it simply have any chance to work at all. So instead of getting sick and dying, they survive and spread, causing great harm in the plantations. But there is hope. With knowledge from my research, plantation farmers or owners can adopt better strategies, such as the integrated weed management, while agrochemical companies can develop more effective herbicide that would work on tough and resistant herbicide. And lastly, policymakers can create laws that will promote healthy and sustainable practices on plantations. My research isn't just about understanding this weed, Clydemia hitta. It is about securing the future of Malaysian agriculture. Understanding the mechanisms of resistance is very crucial in combating it. And with this, we can protect the oil palm crop, the environment, the economy, while ensuring that Malaysia remains a global leader now and in the future. Thank you.
I'm just curious, this Clydemia hitta, was it not a problem before? Is it only now becoming resistant?
Okay, thank you for your question. Clydemia hitta is an invasive plant that has been reported in more than 70 countries. But right now, there is a global case of herbicide resistance. So in 2010, Clydemia hitta was reported resistant to sulfonylureas in Malaysia. But since then, there has been no research that has been done, both on the mechanism or non-formal research at all. So that's why I chose this step in researching Clydemia hitta.
From 2010, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Sadat, I have one question for you because you mentioned in the title Malaysian oil palm. What about other tropical countries which have oil palm plantation?
Okay. Thank you for the question. You might have wondered why me, that I'm not obviously a Malaysian, is interested in this. It will surprise you to know that Nigeria is the largest producer of oil palm in Africa and is the 5th largest producer worldwide. So this research have practical applications not only in Malaysia, but also in countries like Indonesia, which is a top producer, and also my beloved country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sadat, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to the 9th presenter, Ms. Vigneswari Palanimutu, with her presentation, Global Value Chain, Trade Facilitation, Competitiveness and Growth in Selected Asian Countries. Please welcome.
I want you to take a look at this picture. What does it tell you? Well, this is a Pedego e-bike. It is designed in the US, assembled in Vietnam, and parts and components come from various countries around the globe, such as Germany, China, Japan, and Korea. They are technically made in the world. This is the power of global value chain, or GVC. GVC is the fragmentation of production process along various countries. The production of something as massive as an airplane to something as small as a pen, everything is connected today. The system binds us together, our economies, our industries, our opportunities. GVC represents 70% of world trade, 50% alone in Asia. Imagine for every 1% increase in GVC participation can increase income of the people by more than 1%. That is far greater than the 0.2% obtained from conventional trade. Do you know that while Asia is the factory of the world, many countries in the region is exporting low value and raw materials only. In my research, I examine how trade facilitation through efficient transportation system, ICT infrastructure, and streamlined border processes impact GVC participation. The study reveals that seamless and efficient movement of goods across border reduces trade costs and enhances connectivity for businesses, while for consumers like us, we'll be able to enjoy a wide range of product choices at cheaper prices. I also examine how GVC participation impacts the competitiveness of the nation. The study reveals that Asian countries are mostly heavily dependent on cheap imports for exports. To climb up the ladder from low-tech exporters to high-tech exporters, Asian countries must enhance access to technology and strengthen governance. Policymakers must prioritize ease of doing business, innovation, and institutional reforms. The future is interconnected, and for Asia, I believe GVC, Global Value Chain, is the game changer. Thank you.
Okay, this is, I know you started your research much earlier, but in light of the recent events, global events, yes, how would the tariff shake-up influence GVC?
Okay, so in terms of the different components that's come together, so if we are directly importing from US, then we will be tariffs, right? So that means that US is actually looking at those countries that's having deficit with them. So Malaysia is one of the country. So US is our second largest exporter that we are exporting to US, especially in terms of semiconductors and E&E. So that part directly we will be impacted, but since our exports to US will not be that much compared to China, so whatever products that we are directly exporting, we will be tariffed, but the second round effect will be much higher because we are expecting that we do export to China and then China exports to the US. So there are second round effects which might come from those linkages that we have to see. That could be much higher because Trump is imposing tariffs to almost all countries. So those linkages is where Malaysia might have a higher impact compared to direct.
Any other questions from the panel judges? No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Vigneswari Palanimutu for the presentation. Next, let's invite Mr. Azizi Muhammad Naim with his presentation, Precise Feed Formulation Using Non-Conventional Feedstuffs in Broiler Nutrition. Please welcome.
Very good evening to all. All of you are familiar with this beautiful tree and its main purpose of cultivation, right? It's palm oil tree and it's mainly cultivated for the production of oil. However, did you know that during the oil extraction process, large amount of byproducts also generated, such as palm kernel cake and decanter cake, that we call PKC and DC. These byproducts has two possible pathways. They either can be discarded, which may contribute to the environmental pollution, or they can repurposed efficiently. On the other hand, the cost of feed is a major challenge for broiler productions. It's due to the limited availability of high-cost feed ingredients, such as corn and soybean meal. This is where my research comes in. I explored the possibility of inclusion these agrowaste in broiler nutrition. What I have done? First, I analyzed the nutritional composition of these byproducts. But here is the key questions. Can chicken fully utilize all of the nutrient content present in the feed ingredients? Well, the answer is no. That's why digestibility matters. To assess this, I conducted a feeding trials to evaluate that how much of the nutrient content present in these agrowaste are actually digestible for broiler chickens. Next, based on the digestibility results, I formulated broiler feed using these byproducts. First, separated and then in different combinations from 2 to 10% inclusion levels. And in order to evaluate the impact of these feed formulations, I conducted 2 more field experiment or feeding trials. What I have found? I explore that these byproducts, separated or in different combinations, can be safely included to feed at 4 to 6% inclusion levels without adverse effects on broiler growth, production, and health. If we come to the practical implications of my work, do you know how much of the total cost of broiler production spent on feed? It's 75%, while the remaining 25% cover other expenses, such as labors, healthcare, maintenance, and so on. So the precise feed formulations developed in my research will be shared with farmers and industries. It will contribute to reduce the dependency of those high-cost feed ingredients, which are in direct competition with human food, such as corn, oil, and so on. So definitely, it will make broiler meat more affordable. Additionally, it will enhance farmer profitability and reduce environmental pollution by efficient use of these byproducts. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. How many percent do you expect, that we will actually save from buying feed from overseas if we implement this method of yours?
Thanks, Prof, for your questions. If we came to the inclusion levels, we tried a very big range, starting from 2 to 14%, in the next experiment from 2 to 10%. But when we saw the results in terms of the growth, productions, including meat quality and other parameters, and also the health, particularly immunity and also antioxidant status, I found that up to 6%, it's totally safe. There is no any negative effects on anything. So if we come to the 6%, we consider like a great amount, because we will be able to replace these 6% of corns or other expensive ingredients, such as soybean meal, and we can include up to 6% inclusion levels.
Okay, Azizi, so you intend to replace, or this is the alternative to the current feed, right?
Yeah.
I heard that chicken usually, it has preference. Yeah? It's not only about digestibility, but also in terms of, for example, aroma or the taste. So usually for human, we have sensory tests. So what about for chicken? Do you have that kind of test?
For the sensory taste, I cannot really say that whether it's how much it's applicable, but the objective of my PhD research was first focus on digestibility, because if we think about the feed ingredients, the components, particularly the amino acids, which is very important, we targeted that one first, and we compared with the soybean meal and corn. So I can say that it was not a part of my objective, and also, to be honest, not much experience in this about the sensor. But our target was, let's see how much of the nutrient contents are actually digestible. So for that reasons, we found that the digestibility was quite low compared to soybean meal and corn. That's why we are unable to proceed with larger percentage.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Azizi, for the presentation. Next, let's invite Ms. Mariam Jamila binti Muhammad Fairuz with a presentation, Nano Bamboo, a tiny solution to a big pollution problem. Please welcome.
I believe most of us that stays in Klang Valley areas in recent years especially has encountered many water shortage issues due to the water pollution because of illegal dumping or improper handling of the wastewater by the industries. And according to the Department of Environment, 195 rivers in Malaysia is likely polluted. Meanwhile, another 36 rivers is heavily polluted. And one of the main contaminants that has raised concern recently is actually phenol, because a lot of industries such as pharmaceutical, palm oil industries are producing phenols. However, they are not being treated properly and being discharged into the river bodies. Phenol at a high toxic concentration is actually very toxic because it can cause burn when it comes in contact with living organisms and harm the environments. So, in our study, in order to solve this issue, we are actually producing a absorbent called activated carbon. In this case, we are using bamboo, hence it is called bamboo activated carbon, BAC. So, activated carbon act like a filter where we add into the wastewater, they will take out all the contaminants, trap them on the surface and remove them from the wastewater. So, you can imagine activated carbon like a sponge where it has thousands of holes and pores, where this pore will trap the contaminants on their surface, removing them completely from the wastewater. So to further enhance the removal of this toxic pollutant, we are actually further modified this absorbent into a nanomagnetic activated carbon, where we further reducing the size into a nano size, and we introduce a magnetic properties to this absorbent so that after the treatment process, we can easily remove this absorbent from the wastewater, so that afterward we can recycle them again for the next batch of wastewater process. So based on our study, we have discovered that by using these two absorbents that we developed, we can remove 95% to 100% of the phenolic compound in the wastewater within a very short time of 15 minutes only. Hence, we believe that this research can help to solve the current water pollution issue that we are facing to ensure clean water for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Mariam. I'm just wondering, you say that this nanocarbon can be recycled, right?
The activated carbon can be recycled.
Yeah,
Okay.
it can be recycled. Like, how many times can you actually recycle? Is it like, there's no limit to it, or?
Recently, based on our study, we can recycle it for about 6 or 7 times, but afterward it will reduce the efficiency more below than 50%. Yeah, so 6 to 7 times recyclability. Thank you, Doctor.
So just wondering, like, what's the production of bamboo in Malaysia that will make this sustainable?
Okay, currently in Malaysia, we are having bamboo policy 2020 to 2030, which is the second phase of the bamboo policy. So at the moment, there are several states in Malaysia, such as Terengganu, Sarawak, that are building the bamboo plantation. So in the near future, we will have a lot of bamboo plantation. So for the applications of bamboo, it's not necessarily we are using all parts of bamboo. It could be from other applications of bamboo, and some part of the bamboo will not be utilized. So we can use the waste part of the bamboo as well. So in the near future, it will be sufficient, but at the moment, in the beginning stage, since we are just starting to do the bamboo plantation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariam Jamila, for the presentation. Now, let's call upon our very last presenter for today, Mr. Azrul Afiq bin Azmi Murad, with his presentation, Ways to Wonder, the Circular Power of Black Soldier Fly Larvae Frass for Sustainable Agriculture. Please welcome.
Today, agriculture is facing a perfect storm. Rising in global temperature has led to frequent droughts and chemical fertilizers, causing soil degradation and environmental pollution. Sustainable solution is urgently needed to help plants to survive droughts while maintaining the soil health. So, this is where my research comes in, by using the black soldier fly larvae frass or BSFL frass, which consists of the insect cast-off skin, the insect poop or the manure, and also the food residue that can act as a natural plant biostimulant. How does it made? The black soldier fly larvae or the insect larvae itself can consume on any organic waste and turn those waste into the beneficial compost, what we call as frass. And this frass works like a probiotic smoothies compared to the chemical fertilizer. It's like energy drink, giving a quick boost but not sustainable. In a greenhouse experiment that has been conducted by using bok choy as a plant model, these plants were exposed to the severe droughts and also normal conditions while being treated with the BSFL frass and also chemical fertilizers. And the results were promising. The plants that has been treated with the BSFL frass shows an improvement on their weight, on their survivability rate during drought, as well as the soil water holding capacity. But how does it work? Think of the soil as a house for bacteria, and the soil already has its own bacteria. Then we introduce the new bacteria coming from the frass. Then they team up together in the soil saying, we need to help the plants up there to survive droughts while we have to conserve the food and also water in the soil. So what I have to do is I have to identify each of these bacteria and its function, knowing what is the relationship between the bacteria and the plants to survive droughts. But how is it important? I know you guys have been busy with works and sometimes you forgot to water your plants for a week or two. But what if I tell you that if you apply black soldier fly larvae frass only one time, you can help the plants to survive a little bit longer compared to the chemical fertilizers that you apply weekly. And the plants will rebloom just like that. From waste to wonder, this is how black soldier fly larvae frass can help farmers and also agriculture moving forward for a sustainable agriculture in the future. And this is what we call as the circular bioeconomy. Thank you.
Azrul, thank you for the presentation. I just would like to ask you, is this an alternative to fertilizer?
Actually, yes. Actually, when I've gone through to the experiment, then I've compared the one that have been using the frass and also the chemical fertilizers. The frass only have been applied only one time, which is on the earlier beginning of the experiment that you apply to the soil. Then we compare with the plants that has been treated with the chemical fertilizers that has been applied weekly. But the thing is, we can see that there is improvement on the plants that has been treated with the BSL frass alone only. And they can survive droughts better compared to the chemical fertilizers. And that's maybe because of the help of the beneficial microbes in the soil.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that. Since you mentioned that this is an alternative to fertilizer, did you measure the NPK value?
Yes, we do measure the NPK values.
Any other questions? All right, then thank you very much to Azrul Afiq bin Azmi for the presentation.
Thank you for the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the final presentation for our competition today. We now invite our esteemed judges to proceed to the holding room to finalize the scores. And participants, please remain seated as the judges deliberate and determine the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, this announcement is made specially for the 12 finalists. Please move to the second row of the middle part of the auditorium. The seats have been labeled in accordance to your numbers. Okay? Thank you. Depan ke belakang? Belakang judges. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry for the misinformation. So you can move to the row behind the judges. Yeah, the orange row. I am so sorry. Thank you so much for your understanding. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The results are now in. We are excited to announce the top 3 winners who will be representing UPM at the national level in the upcoming competition in July. But before we announce the results, let's invite the head of the adjudicating panel to share her thoughts and comments on the overall performance of our participants today. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Moniza Wahid to the stage.
All right, Assalamualaikum. And good evening, everybody. Okay, I know that the contestants are feeling very nervous and they're probably thinking, like, just get it over with, hurry up, we want to know the winners. Bear with me. I promise you these comments are gonna help you moving forward, whatever it is. Like you haven't done your Viva yet, so I'm pretty sure that the comments will help you with that as well. First and foremost, we, the judges, not just me, we, the judges, we would like to congratulate all of you for reaching this stage. Well done, kudos. You are really all winners. You know that, right? We also believe that all your research are really impactful and very relevant. So please note that the adjudication today is not really about who has the most impactful research. It isn't, because it is also a combination of your communication skills. And most of you, all of you really, you have good public speaking skills, and take it from me because I used to teach introduction to public speaking. So well done to all of you. You've done well in public speaking. And congratulations for the effort that you have put in as well. We can see that you didn't just decide to join the competition last night, right? You did put in a lot of effort into your presentation. So well done. Now, there are 3 things that we would like to point out, areas of improvements. First of all, is to tone down the jargon. So you know your research really well. You probably know it better than your own supervisor. But that's also a challenge when you know something so well. You just sort of assume that everyone's going to understand what you say. And the reality is no. Most of the time, it is hard for people to follow what experts say. So you are at expert level for your field, and it's difficult to follow. So I would say definitely tone down the jargon. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of you will say, like, but then the meaning gets lost. Well, let me tell you this. If you keep the jargons, the meaning is lost anyway for people who are not from your field of research. So it's better to be able to say something to laymen rather than to keep the exclusivity of the language and then you lose your audience. So tone down the jargon to appeal to a wider audience. Second, we would suggest to create a script, not to memorize it necessarily, but to have a script that shows clear structure. So a transition from one point to the other, to the next and the next. When you have good structure, naturally your stories are more appealing because people can follow your flow of thought. And finally, is about your PowerPoint presentations. Now, the quality of your PowerPoint presentations really varied from very simple for some of you to very crowded for others. And both extremes are not helpful. When it's too simple, you think, I wonder what's this about? And we think that way for the entire 3 minutes. But if it's too complicated, then I just want to read your slide. I feel like I don't have time to look at you. So you need to strike a balance where your visual aid complements what you are saying and aids clarity. Yeah. So those are the good stuff we would like to share with you, and also the areas of improvement. So whoever wins today, great, congratulations. But again, I would like to stress to us judges, you're all winners. Okay, with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moniza, for the thoughtful comments. We would now like to present a small token of appreciation to our esteemed adjudicators for being with us today. And to do so, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Rusmawati Said, Deputy Dean of the Thesis and Student Development Unit, School of Graduate Studies, accompanied by Mrs. Pavitra Panirselvam, Head of Student Development Unit, to present the token. Please join me in welcoming her. First, we would like to invite the Chief Adjudicator, Associate Professor Dr. Moniza Wahid, to the stage. Next, let's invite Professor Technologist Dr. Hidayah Arifin. We have Associate Professor Dr. Radia Shukri. And last but not least, let's have Dr. Mohana Priya Sinaraja. We would like to request Professor Dr. Rusmawati to remain on the stage for the prize-giving ceremony. Now for the moment that we have all been waiting for. The results of the UPM 3 Minutes Thesis Competition 2025. And we will begin by announcing the winner of the People's Choice Award. And the winner with the highest number of votes is Megat Hamzah bin Megat Mazhar Khair. Runner-up goes to Azul Afiq bin Azmi Murad with the presentation Ways to Wonder the Circular Power of Black Soldier Fly Larvae Frass for Sustainable Agriculture. In the list. Are you guys ready? The first runner-up goes to Lim Chengway with his presentation Reverting Cognitive Deficits and Neurogenic to Gliogenic Shift in TS1CJE mice brains by targeting JAK-STAT signaling. And now, the champion of the UPM 3 Minutes Thesis Competition 2025. It goes to Risha Priya Raja Sagar with the presentation, A Deadly Love Potion for the Fruit Enemy. Congratulations. All the winners can come forward to have a picture with the guest of honor. So much, Professor Dr. Rusmawati, for presenting the prizes. And therefore, the finalists that will be representing UPM in the national level 3-minute thesis competition are Risha Priya Raja Sagar, and secondly, Lim Chengway. Thirdly, Azul Afiq bin Azmi Murad, and also our very first wildcard entry, Vigneswari Palanimutu. Congratulations to all the winners, and definitely to the finalists for having your hard work and efforts recognized and rewarded. We would like to invite all the participants to the stage for a photography session. Please come forward. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's program. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants of the competition. And thank you once again to all the faculties, institutes, and schools that has worked together with us throughout this journey. Thank you and have a great day ahead. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.